Connection appears to be stabilized. Laser emitter and transmitter appear to be functioning correctly. Temperatures within expected parameters. All nodes reading green across the board. We are clear to proceed. Greetings, wingmates. I hope that you are doing well in whatever temporal situation you find yourself in. I hope that things are going well on this Friday night, or at least for my particular JumpNet node's relay location. That it. Okay. Let's see here. So today we will be continuing our mech design series for Project Avatar, which is my personal little pet project where I wish to create Battlemech effigies for the various virtual streamers that I am aware of, and those who wish to participate, of course. So let me plug that really quick here. Let's see here. We have a helpful little bot temporarily assisting us for the time being. Let's see if the bot wakes up. There it is. Hello, Streamlabs. Thank you for saving some effort for my fingers in my simulation. There we go. So those are the links describing the project itself. But long and short of it is I am taking parameters that VTubers have submitted about their mech, or it might be a chef's choice sort of affair, and using Megamek Lab, which is a tool used for designing Battlemechs for a game called Battletech, which is a tabletop war game. And I am doing my best to give their image and their personality a physical Battlemech shell. So without further ado, why don't we move on to today's subject? Here we go. Let's go to the simulation room. And here we are. Now I'll allow the capture software to wake up a little bit. There we go. Megamek Lab is a Java program, and it is a little bit difficult to use sometimes, at least when it comes to capture. So here is our critical layout screen, which is basically where we will be doing most of the mech design. However, first, let's take a look at who we are going to be designing today. So let's go to Krita, my current image editing software of choice. Allow me 1 second, please. Here we go. Come, OBS. Ah, there we are. So this, my friends, this wingmates. Oh, I apologize. OBS has decided to not activate. There we go. This is Meat, and let me throw in some links into the chat about who Meat is. There we go. Here is Meat's Twitter and her YouTube channel. Meat is a fantastic virtual streamer who I've met in my time in the community, and I think she is well worth for you to get acquainted with her. Her content is incredibly charming, and despite her being what some would describe as a perhaps cave woman, I think she is most certainly a very well-mannered lady. I have immense respect for her and for her vocal abilities. She has a very incredible vocal range that I suggest viewers get to sample on her own YouTube channel. So, Meat does have some design parameters that she provided for the mech that we will be designing of her. And they have amounted to essentially me determining that one of the classic Battletech Battlemechs that is very similar to Meat's parameters is the Kodiak, which is a Clan Ghost Bear Assault Mech. A beautiful machine. Hello, Attenborough. Yes, and credit goes to Meat for creating this fantastic image. I think the hair goes wonderfully with the Kodiak's trapezoidal head here. Perfection. Yes, Victus Row, we will be we'll be creating something like this. Although the Kodiak is a fantastic inspiration, I think we shouldn't get too stuck on this particular design. After all, we would like to represent Meat. And Meat does have a slightly different physique, I would say, than this Kodiak. Although the claws right here certainly are something similar on both. There they are. Oh, my layering. Oh well, that doesn't matter too much. These are reference images after all. Okay, so let's go back to Megamek Lab. Let's put Krita into a bit of a timeout for the moment. Let's fire up Megamek Lab. Allow me 1 second, please. There we go. Let's see here. The capture is correct. Excellent. So, looking at the fluff page, which is one of the many tabs in this particular mech designer, can you get both claws and an axe? So I do not have the construction rules for Battlemechs right now. Oftentimes in Battlemech, or in Battletech, there are many weapons that are mutually incompatible. They have subsections in their descriptions that say that certain systems cannot be mounted simultaneously. Or sometimes it is useless to have two different systems. It may actually be possible within the rules to mount both an axe and a claw, or something akin to that. However, you are only able to attack with one type of melee weapon during the physical phase of the Battletech tabletop game. So in this case, it would likely not be of any help to have both weapons. Although technically almost any mech with hand manipulators can pick up any club, or a girder, or a broken Battlemech leg or arm, limb, shortly speaking. And the hand is located right here, where I'm indicating to with my mouse. As you can see, when you design a mech, all of the components are actually fitted into a particular slot. And you must have enough space for these components. And the location, of course, will matter. So looking back at some of the parameters that Meat has provided for us, let's take a look at what we have going on. So the class, which is essentially the weight of the Battlemech in question, she selected it to be heavy, which gives us, I believe, from 65 tons to 75 tons. Oh, I apologize, 60 tons to 75 tons. So anything 80 tons and above, up to 100 tons, is considered assault class, and anything from, if I recall correctly, 40 tons to 55 is considered medium, and 35 tons and below is considered to be a light mech. So we will go within that particular range bracket, although likely on the heavier side of that, because we do want this to be a very powerful, brutal up-close fighter. A significant contrast to Meat's demeanor at large, but I think it is appropriate for her combat prowess. Alright. And the weapon that we will likely focus on is melee, although it will not exclusively be melee weapons. I think that is perhaps not the best way to equip any given mech, unless it is a gladiatorial arena fighter, say on the planet of Solaris 7. And the speed will be average, but we will want to have some means for a melee mech to close in. This may be jump jets, or this may be some kind of booster mechanism for the motion of the legs. So let's take a look at some of the design parameters of this mech. We can have several different, so let's immediately set the tonnage. I think 75 tons is a good starting place, and we can adjust as we see fit. Alright, so the base type is in essence a selection of what kind of fundamental technology is being used to construct this Battlemech. And a Battlemech is generally speaking a bipedal 12-meter tall war machine powered by a fusion reactor, and all of these are just variations of it. So industrial is an industrial mech. That means it is a Battlemech-esque machine. However, it is built to a lower quality standard, and by default it does not come with certain kinds of hardware. In game terms, this translates to a weakness to critical hits, and anyone familiar with playing games that have critical hits know that they are oftentimes luck-based, I suppose, potential for extra damage or effects that would normally not take place during a standard attack. Anyone who's played a role-playing game should be aware of this. And these Battlemechs can also experience that. And industrial mechs in particular are very vulnerable to critical hits, because when their internal structure, the underlying endoskeleton, is exposed, whenever it is hit, they have a much higher chance for criticals. A land air mech is akin to the VF1 fighters from Macross, the ones that can transform from a mech to a Gurwalk to a fighter, or perhaps any of the other transformative mecha present in Japanese anime media, such as the ones in Eureka 7, for example. And then we have a Quad V, which is an oddball, and that is a, for lack of a better term, it is a tank that can transform into a four-legged mech. That is the general design of it, and it is actually superior to the tanks in BattleTech as a system, simply due to mechanistic rules-based reasons. But it is also one of the rarest types of mechs ever. But we will go with a standard here, because I think that meat does not fit any of those other descriptors. Next, we need to decide on what kind of motive type this mech has. We have the options biped, quadruped, and tripod. Now, I think since meat has 2 legs, and her design is aggressively humanoid, I think we should go with biped. Perhaps if meat was a cave mammoth or something like that, then we could consider quadrupedal locomotion. But in this situation, we have a cave woman, so let's stick with bipedal. Now, structure is essentially what material the internal skeleton of this battle mech is made out of. For now, we will stick to standard, and I will explain if we have to move on to anything strange. So, for rules' sake, let me move the production year to 4000, closer to my time. And we will also move the tech level to experimental. And basically, if any of you have ever played tournament games, sometimes there are different rules levels, basically different things you can use in different settings. And if it's a tournament, oftentimes some of the more unusual rules in a game are not allowed. And in this case, that is what standard, advanced, experimental imply. That means that experimental is stuff you will generally not find in tournaments, but it gives us the greatest leeway in constructing our battle mech. So now let's take a look at the other components that are important to us. And also, if we want to take a look, we can actually see that, let's see, unit weight breakdown. Breakdown current unit. Let's see if this pops up. Unfortunately, this window is not captured. That is okay. Oh, there it is. There it goes. There it goes. I apologize for the way it is smearing, but unfortunately, due to the way the Java executable is being captured by OBS, I have little control over some of the things it does. So if we look down here, we can see that all of the components of the battle mech are actually accounted for in terms of its weight. And in this case, we can see that the engine, which right now is a 75 rated fusion, and the rating of an engine is dependent on how fast you're going and how much your mech weighs. As you can see here, it's 2 tons. That is a little bit blurry, but you can sort of make out the 2. So all of these components that we will be mounting on the mech will eat up the tonnage. And right now we have 7.5 tons of internal structure, which is 10% of our tonnage, which is very much standard for a battle mech. The engine only takes up 2 tons, a gyroscope 1 ton, and a cockpit takes up 3. So a cockpit is basically all of the piloting and control equipment necessary to keep a battle mech functioning. And it also includes an ejector seat. Let's see here. So one thing we will immediately want to set in our design parameters is a speed. And I think in this situation we will want to give this mech a base speed of at least 4. And the speed is rated in hexes per turn, but in I suppose BattleTech lore rules, or lore, what's the word? What is the word? I suppose when you just convert this to field measurements, this would be about 40 kilometers per hour, I believe, and a running speed of 60 kilometers per hour, approximately speaking. So the implication here is that we want this mech to be significantly fast enough to catch up to its targets and use its melee weapons. So 4.6 is about average for some of the heavier mechs out there. And we can keep that, I believe, but we will need to have a means of increasing the speed. So let's take a look at the enhancements. So Battlemechs are essentially powered by Myomer. Myomer is a fiber that, when electricity is applied to it, contracts. And that is the entire way all of these Battlemechs move. Basically, they have a skeleton with muscles much the way we have them, attached to different points on these endoskeletal bones. And when incredible amounts of electricity are applied to these Myomer bundles, the bundles contract in different ways, propelling the mech along. So actually, I can throw up a reference image here. Let's go to the Brave browser here that I'm using, and let's take a look at Myomer. Let me switch to another tab. That was a Stalker battle mech, which is something we were using for our previous mech design of Egg. And Egg is another fantastic VTuber / streamer who I quite enjoy, and I'm glad that we had a chance to make a mech effigy. Okay, let's take a look at Myomer. This is Sarna.net, which is an excellent resource for learning about Battletech. It's essentially a community wiki, and it is absolutely fantastic. So here is an image of the Myomer bundles. Oh, I'm so sorry. Once again, OBS has failed. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Perhaps we could also put mask on there too. Yes, I think we may have to put some kind of booster system. Although, if I recall correctly, mask and what I was thinking about, triple strength Myomer, are incompatible. But yes, these are the Myomer bundles. And one of their oddities is as they get hotter, they lose efficiency. The material is simply unable to contract as rapidly. So as a mech gets hotter, it cannot essentially move nearly as fast. And of course, the contraction of these fibers does generate heat, requiring them to be cooled. And as you can see right here, there are some sensor and cooling tubules running between the layers of Myomer bundles. A mechagy, if you will. Yes, Halbrook, that is exactly what we are making right now. You can't imagine the cooling system for the whole thing. The cooling system for a Battlemech is incredibly complicated. Let me see if I can find any references here. This is not an article I frequently go to. Let's see, cooling vest. Let's go with heatsink. Heatsinks are the way Battlemechs cool. Unfortunately, we do not have a good image for heatsinks here. That may be in the tech manual, but I do not have that available right now to pull up. Let's see if double heatsinks have an image. No, unfortunately not. Oh well, that is fine. Okay, so let's... oh, before I forget, let me see if mask has an image. That would be fantastic. Nope, unfortunately mask does not have an image either. Well, good enough for me. So let's take away the Brave browser and go back to the mech design screen. So I would really like to add triple strength Myomer. And as you can see, it is incompatible with mask because those are two different technologies that affect the Myomer. Mask is Myomer acceleration circuitry. And essentially it allows your Battlemech to speed up briefly, but at a risk of taking critical hits to the leg actuators. It is a very risky maneuver, especially as you keep pushing it in the battle, because mechanically, the number you need to roll on your dice in order to fail increases with that. But I think triple strength Myomer is a very appropriate tool for Meat's mech, simply because what triple strength Myomer does, unfortunately it's a misleading name. It is not triple strength, but it doubles the melee strength of any mech that meets the correct conditions to activate it. I do not know why it's called triple strength, because it really is double, but I would have to read the lore on that. There is a lot of BattleTech lore, and it is difficult to remember all of it sometimes. So triple strength Myomer, when a mech reaches a certain heat, and in game terms this would be 9 points of heat, it will activate this Myomer. Essentially, for whatever reason, the properties of... Yes, this is a swole mod. Fluff Rider Chama. But yes, whatever properties this particular variety of Myomer has, they activate at a certain heat level. Which is reasonable. Sometimes there are materials which change properties at a certain point. Perhaps it becomes more electroactive at a certain heat level. Just the way certain fuel cells, for example, operating on certain gas mixes require a certain heat level. While some fuel cells may be able to operate at, say, room temperature, other fuel cells require on the order of 500 degrees Celsius in order to correctly catalyze the materials in question. Though catalyze is not the correct term in this regard. Or perhaps it is. I would have to correct myself later down the line. So let's use triple strength mimer because this will allow Meat, when she gets very upset, when she has fired all of her weapons and is running hot, she will be able to punch and kick much harder. TSM, when activated on a heavy or assault mech, is a terrifying thing in terms of damage. It can swipe the head off of another mech clean off. It is absolutely impressive. Alright, so we will also want a significant amount of armor. So let's currently use standard armor, which has no special properties, and maximize the tonnage. So let's auto-allocate that. So a heavy mech can run 14.5 tons of standard armor, which I think is perfectly acceptable. Greetings, Pig D6. Yes, we are building mechs today. Unfortunately, I was not able to descramble my drives in my sim computer, and the fanfiction that I wish to read is currently inaccessible. I hope to have it next week, and I will certainly let the let my wingmates know when that is happening. Okay, so let's take a look at what kind of weapons we need to mount on this mech. And as you can see here, we suddenly have criticals that we need to place within the mech for the bulk that the triple strength mimer takes up within the hull of the mech. So first off, we need to actually... do we want talons? No, we don't want talons. Let's change our tech base to Inner Sphere Mixed. And essentially, there are two different tech bases in Battletech, and I won't go into supreme detail into this, but one of them is significantly more advanced. The clans are a society of ritualistic, genetically engineered warriors who lived away from most of humanity for several hundred years, and in that time, with their ritualistic warfare and caste system, they were able to construct technologies that were simply superior to that of humanity at large, which would be the Inner Sphere. So their technology, clan, has interesting variations, and it is also simply lighter and better in terms of damage, generally speaking. But we will be using mixed Inner Sphere because I prefer designing Inner Sphere mechs. I'm simply leaving them mixed in order to allow for certain components that we may need in order to make something work the way we want it to. Oh goodness, we are experiencing a raid! Wingmates, man the gun stations and put on your power armor. The bridge must be protected. Hello, Leon. Hello, Alice. How are you doing today? How are things going with you? It is great to see you at the convoy. We are currently designing some Battlemechs. This time we are creating an effigy for Meat. Oh, great. I'm glad to see that you are doing well. What were you doing prior to your jump to my system? I unfortunately was a little bit busy with preparation, so I was not able to keep as many tabs on my IFF transponder as I would have liked. Is it a raid if I was already here? Well, perhaps in spirit, Ray. Perhaps in spirit. I appreciate your presence regardless. Hello, Lursing. Alright, welcome, Raiders. I will have the disclaimer that this will be a bit of a slow stream until we get to the actual art component. Right now we are currently just designing a battle mech for Meat. Arcade games, JoJo fighting game at the end. Oh, fascinating. May I ask what kind of arcade games? Are we talking some perhaps more modern ones? Or something like from old Midway arcades and the like? And there's also quite a few JoJo fighting games out there. Oh no, not perhaps fighting games. The most recent one, I cannot remember the title. Oh, old, excellent. Yes, the old games have their own charm to them. Ninja Turtles and Metal Slug. I don't know too much about Ninja Turtles, but I do know enough about Metal Slug. Oh, which one in the series? I certainly enjoy basically 1 through 3, and all the other ones are fantastic too. I've had little experience with Metal Slug Double X. Never played that one. Or even 7, I think. I believe Double X is a remake of 7, the way that X was made out of 2. You finished 4 and 5 and did 1 through 3 yesterday. Fantastic, fantastic. How many times did you die? And be honest here. Okay, apologies. Let's take a look at physical weapons, because this is the primarily armament of Meat's Battlemech. Let's grab some claws. We need that. 2 claws. There we go. A claw on one arm and a claw on the other. And these bad boys take up 5 criticals and weigh 5 tons. So we have consumed 10 tons. At least 30 credits. You know, that may be better than I do. I do not even want to think about how many credits I consumed for some of the more challenging routes in Metal Slug 3. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see here. So now that we have claws, we can begin thinking about what other weapons we want to put on this mech. And what other, I suppose, components. So one of the things about melee attacks is that you cannot fire any weapons mounted in a Battlemech's arm. So the moment we take a swipe with these claws, anything mounted, or rather it's the other way around. First mechs go into the shooting phase, and then they go into the melee phase. Simply because it is far easier to pull the trigger than to have a Battlemech's arm come down on another mech. So, we will probably not want to put anything into these arms, especially if this mech is to be constantly engaged in combat. So let's think about what other kind of equipment we may want to put on this mech. Is there any other kind of physical weaponry that we may wish to install? So one of the things that the clans have developed, unlike the Inner Sphere, which has developed only the claw, the clans have developed both a claw and talons. And talons are essentially claws on your feet, and they can be used during kicks and during jump attacks. However, since Meat does not really have talons on her feet, I think that the claws are the most appropriate weapon in this case. Victus, wait, we can't do a blast punch? So the closest thing you can do to a blast punch in the current Battletech rules, at least the ones that you can simulate in Megamek, would be, 1 second please, the retractable blade. So the retractable blade right here is a special weapon that was used heavily by the Word of Blake. And essentially it is, as it says, a blade which can be pulled back into a sheath, and then during a punch, in a special declared attack, you can both punch and shoot out the blade. There is a chance of the blade breaking off, but in exchange, you do gain the chance of doing internal damage even if the location has armor remaining on it. So if you are specialized, this may be interesting. This is a shank, in essence. Although there is a sword, but I would say the retractable blade is the shank of the Battlemech melee weapon. It's quite sick indeed. Anything heat intensive, so we can get the triple strength mimer running fast. I like the way you think, Attenborough. We will definitely want to put something that allows Meat to control her heat levels. Not too much that we cook Meat, because we want it a little pink on the inside, but not so much that Meat is raw and unable to get furious and ready to kick some posterior. So let's see. Wrecking Ball. That would be fun, but unfortunately we can only use one type of weapon, and I believe some of these actually prevent you from having a different weapon mounted on the same arm. Chainsaw, chain whip. Nah. Only the claws are what we want. So one of the things I did notice was that Meat has a spike on her chest, in the sense that she has a tooth necklace. From what species, I cannot determine, but it reminds me of the spike component, which is, as it says, literally a spike. So for that, I would like to slap a spike onto the center torso of this particular mech. And that will represent the necklace that she has. And also, the spike, whenever a mech attacks the spike, I believe it has certain properties. I would have to look up the rules again. And I believe during a charge attack, any spikes you have on the mech actually add extra damage to the charge attack. This is frankly useless and a waste of half a ton, but it's oh so flavorful, and sometimes flavor is more important than efficiency, as we have learned during our design of Aeg's Battlemech, which is absolutely terribly armored and supremely frail. So, what other kind of special equipment may we wish to see? We may want to add electronic protection. Or maybe we won't. Electronic ECM, electronic countermeasures, the suite for it, also sometimes known as Guardian ECM, which is the brand name or type name of that particular system in the inner sphere, is a way of having mechs in a certain radius have certain abilities affected. It is not very useful in many situations, but it is something to consider to represent the awe-inspiring and silencing aura that an enraged meat would give off. Although we could do that in some other ways, though. So we will have to think about that. Let's see here. So I believe, this is my personal philosophy, but I believe that no mech should be designed with no long-range weaponry. At least a pittance of long-range weaponry, especially if the tonnage allows for it. So let's take a look at some of the long-range weaponry that we could use. So I will now sort these tables by range. And if we look at the ballistics table, which is things like cannons, we have some pretty long-range weapons, but they are incredibly heavy for their tonnage. So I think we will avoid ballistic weapons for long-range punch. Let's take a look at some missile weapons. Basically, this will represent a spear or some other weapon that Meat may be using upon her approach to her prey, if she is on the hunt. Now, I do not know if spear, or if Meat is particularly adept or particularly favors the spear, but, oh yes, or a big bone used as a sort of a throwing weapon. It is a fully possible thing to use a heavy stick or a bone, especially ones shaped in certain ways, as a thrown weapon, and simply use the sheer blunt impact to incapacitate prey or an opponent. When thinking about that, that would perhaps be something that has a bit more punch. Yes, she certainly does have her giant bone and meat attached to the rear of her skirt. I am very concerned about the food safety of that particular arrangement, especially if she wishes to take a break. What about a makeshift club with reactive armor that explodes on impact? Do we have a weapon akin to that? Let's take a look at physicals. So there is something that vaguely simulates that, just for your curiosity. I don't think we will mount it, and that is called the Mech Pod. Allow me to find it, please. Let me see here. Where is Mech Pod? So there's a whole family of these pods in BattleTech, which are essentially, this actually may be under ballistic weapons, surprisingly. Anti-battle armor pods, Mech Pod, M-Pod, there we go. So there's a family of specific modules in BattleTech, which are essentially claymores. And a claymore I would describe as a mine that has a directional blast. Essentially, it is shaped in such a way, with the explosive and some shrapnel lined together, that the general path of any shrapnel traveling will be away from a certain direction, and towards a certain other direction. And this is the same principle that applies to anti-battle armor pods, mech pods, and anti-infantry pods. In essence, these are claymores mounted to the surface of a mech that will be one-shot weapons that can be used to damage another target. And the M-Pod is the only one that is effectively capable of damaging a battle mech. It does 15 damage in clusters of 1, so it basically scatters pellets across the enemy battle mech, up to a range of 3, although the amount of pellets that hits falls off at ranges of 5 pellets are dropped for every range increment. So 15 can hit at short range, which is 1 hex away, 10 at medium, and 5 at long range. That is some battlefield shenanigans right there. Yes, I do think that the M-Pod is a shenanigans weapon. However, it is very fun. You know, now that you've mentioned it, while I don't think it is fitting, I think it would be cute to have these claws have mech pods on them. In case there is a situation where the mech is out of range and it simply wants to pepper the enemy. Although that would be 6 tons wasted. So I think we will not do that for the time being. So we can always add an energy weapon for a long range backup. And I think if we want something incredibly long-ranged, we could use an ER large laser. Allow me to actually put this back in a more sensible manner. So large laser is located here. And this is the bread and butter energy weapon, along with the PPC, the particle projector cannon, in the inner sphere. The large laser can be used as a baseline for what, I suppose, larger energy weapons and do and how they behave. Rocket punch. It would be more of a shotgun punch, I suppose. I'm not certain it is possible to really do a rocket punch under the current construction rules, although I really wish it could be. Let's see here. So, since we are in sort of the modern era of Battletech, there are of course enhancements to these particular weapons, including the extended range large laser, colloquially known as the ER large laser, which has more heat and does the same amount of damage as the standard inner sphere large laser, but it has slightly more range. So this mech will not have overlapping weapons in terms of its heat, in terms of long and close range, or at least we could try to not do that. And that means that any long range weapon we mount on this mech will essentially not be used at close combat ranges. Although we could do that, especially with a laser, which does not have minimum range. However, we could also take the missile approach and use inner sphere missile racks in order to basically have a long range system that is useless at close range. So the long range missile, let's take a look at the LRM-10 here, is basically a rack of missiles ranging in 5-point clusters of 5, 10, 15, or 20 missiles, depending on which size you pick, that will fly towards the target and pepper it with munitions, although not all of them will hit. And the range is up to 21 hexes. And in this case, this may be appropriate because for the inner sphere model, there is a minimum range of 6 hexes, which means that as you get closer, this weapon system becomes less accurate. Basically, at short range, there is no modifier to hit, so it is the easiest it will be to hit. But suddenly, when the enemy approaches 6 hexes away from your mech on the hex grid that this game is played on, it becomes significantly harder to hit. And for every hex that you are within minimum range, approaching the mech that is, I suppose, close to you, you will gain a +1. So at point blank, this is a +6 to hit. And essentially the way shooting in Battletech works is you have a skill and you add modifiers to it, and you have to roll higher than that number with the modifiers. So the average skill of a pilot is 4. It's just an arbitrary number picked for balance reasons. And if you add 6 to it, you will immediately be at a 10 to hit on a roll of 2d6. And 2d6 has a distribution of 2 to 12, with 10 and above being a much harder number to hit. Your chances are far less than half of that. And 2d6, for anyone not aware, is 2 6-sided dice rolled simultaneously and their numbers added together. So rocket racks or missile racks may actually be an interesting way of equipping meat with a long-range weapon. However, I will also argue that long-range missile racks are a waste of tonnage on a mech that is simply meant to close in on the enemy, and that also has the appropriate speed in order to close the distance. So I think I do not like this. However, there is something called a multi-missile launcher, and in this case it comes in rack sizes of 3, 5, 7, and 9. This is a system that allows you to use both long-range missiles and short-range missiles. And short-range missiles are cousins of the long-range missiles, but they do not have a minimum range and only extend, let's take a look at the SRM2 here, out to 9 hexes at most. But their most efficient work is at around 3 hexes, and perhaps 6. So the two systems, short-range missiles and long-range missiles, overlap very well. And I think that may actually be an interesting weapon system to mount on this mech. And also, the nice thing is that while long-range missiles do 1 point of damage per missile that hits, so in the case of a LRM-20, that would only be a maximum of 20 points of damage, grouped in groups of 5 across the hull of the enemy's armor. In an MML-9, you can fire up to 9 short-range missiles out of it when you switch ammo types. And that means you can have up to 9 separate hit locations. And in Battletech, there is a concept called crit seeking. And that is because every time you roll for a weapon after you have determined that the weapon hits, all of its munitions, depending on what kind of weapon it is, be it a laser with a single impact point, or be it an MML-9 with potentially 9 impact points, all have a chance of having a critical occur just due to simple luck, or due to finding a weak spot in the enemy's armor. And that is an important concept, and you basically game luck in order to crit seek for weaker enemy armor. So that is a perfectly valid approach, especially at close range, and especially after an enemy's armor has been worn away and they have exposed internals that you just want to have a lucky hit so that you can knock out a delicate piece of equipment inside. The MML-9 could potentially do up to 18 points of damage in groups of 2. That is the way SRMs work. It's every single missile's hit location is rolled for. So that may also be a good way of handling this situation. It'll give the mech a very poor long-range firepower, just enough to make the enemy aware that someone is shooting at them, but it will also allow for excellent close-in firepower. And if we look at the heat curve, it adds 5 heat, which is decent, I believe. So let's try 2 MML-9 racks. Let's throw them into our shopping cart here, and I think we will slap them on the torso so that they are usable during melee combat, because anything mounted in the arms would not work, and also we simply don't have the space to mount an MML-9. So we are down to only 5.5 tons. Oh goodness. There we go. I'm sorry. The capture sometimes does funny things with the way the Java program works. So right now we only have 5.5 tons to play with. And that leaves us with very little room for munitions, because missile weapons and other ammunition-using weapons do require something to shoot. We will have to load up ammo. So we need at least 1 ton of short-range missile ammo, and at least 1 ton of long-range missile ammo if we want this weapon to actually be useful to any significant extent. So long-range missile ammo, if we look at it, we get 13 shots to the ton. Now 13 shots means that if we fire both of these launchers simultaneously during the turn, it means that we have 6 rounds worth of fire, and then half another round with the last 13th shot that we can use in the game. For long-range missile ammo, that is not bad. I think that we can live with this sort of compromise and not waste any more tonnage on long-range missile ammo. So I think we can put these in the hull, and we will protect this munition from detonation at some point later. In essence, ammo is explosive, and so are certain other components. And in this case, if the ammo is hit with a critical, it will go off, and it has a chance of completely destroying the mech. Basically, all of the remaining potential damage of that ammo type will damage the internals of the mech, and then be transferred to the other sections, unless a specific technology known as CASE is available. And CASE is cellular ammunition storage, and we have just added it to our shopping cart. So let's plop it down in here. And basically what happens is, this ammo will explode, and you will lose the right arm, but the case will basically be blowout protection, and you will lose the right torso while keeping your center torso from being hit by the ammo explosion. It's probably not too practical of an idea, but what do you think of putting a small laser in the mouth to represent her singing ability. I like that, Attenborough. I do like that. I think we can certainly put something in the head mount. I think we may actually put a pulsed laser there. And so basically, every type of weapon has something unique about it to a certain extent, such as it being, a ballistic weapon, such as it being an energy weapon with a certain property. So let's take a look at some of these. Are there no audio-based weapons? Unfortunately, there are not. This is a bit of a harder sci-fi setting, I would say. Although it is technically feasible to use some kind of audio pulse, but the range and the amount of equipment you would need for that, and the sheer inefficiency of using audio in order to attack would unfortunately be, I think, counterproductive. Although it is not to say that in a reality with different physics that would not be practical. Warhammer 40k certainly makes a point that if you have demons forging your weapons, the Slaaneshi Chaos Space Marines can certainly have audio pulse weapons. I suppose in some sense you could say that a laser sings, because if it is pulsing, the detonations of matter that are being rapidly heated by the laser pulses will make a certain sound. So perhaps this laser could be pulsed to the theme of a particular song, and that way it will, I suppose, sing on the target. Resonance to certain metals or ceramics. Unfortunately, the density and materials types of these Battlemechs is so variable that I do not think you could get any sort of functional resonant frequency. Yeah, not to mention you would need a massive emitter for that. Just interpret it as a rave light party. I like that. I like that sort of thinking. By varying the frequency. Yes. Varying the laser's frequency. So let's see here. We will use a medium pulse laser. This is a close-in weapon, and the nice thing about it, while it weighs more than a standard medium laser, which is considered the bread and butter weapon of Battletech, and also runs a little hotter, it does have a -2 to hit, which means that instead of some number being added to the base skill of an average pilot, for example 4 plus 2, it is instead subtracted. So for example, 4 minus 2 means that if you're standing still and no other conditions are present, it will be only a roll of 2 on 2d6 to hit an enemy. And in this case, that would mean an automatic hit. Oh, and forgive me if I missed it, but are there railguns? There are Gauss weapons, so there are electromagnetic kinetic weapons available. Gauss weapons are considered ballistic, and they are here, and they are a fantastic choice. They are some of the most popular ballistic weapons. They produce very little heat, and they have incredible damage, which is, of course, counteracted by their sheer tonnage, but it is a fairly good trade in terms of tonnage per damage, and also simply how big the damage block is, in addition to the incredible range of Gauss weapons in Battletech. They, in fact, outrange most weapons. So let's go back to our energy weapons and slap that medium laser into the mech's head. Here's a medium pulse laser, and we have lost another 2 tons. So here we are reaching a point where we need to think about heat control. So unless we are using a special rule, which allows you to finely control the amount of heat and damage that your energy weapons produce, I call it dial down energy weapons, although I think that may actually be the official rule, dialing down energy weapons. In essence, what that does is, if you look at the damage and the heat ratios of a particular weapon, in the medium pulse laser's case, it is 6 damage to the ratio of 4 heat. You can basically say, I will reduce my damage by 1, and for every 1 I reduce it, my heat level during firing will also drop by 1. And that is a very easy way of keeping your heat level steady. Although, by the traditional rules, it is not allowed, and we will consider that in the design of this mech. Our goal is to be able to maintain a consistent 9 heat. So we want to have more weapons that we can actually cool down, but then we don't have to fire them all. So let's go with... So we have a medium pulse laser that we can fire at all times, which gives us 4 heat. And I think since we are running these MML9s, we will also want to make sure that we run double heat sinks. So essentially, a mech uses heat sinks of which you get 10 free built into the engine of the mech. Those allow you to lose 1 point of heat for every active heat sink. And I say active because they can be damaged if they are not located within the engine, or if you're playing with advanced rules that allow for heatsink damage during specific conditions, or if the heatsink is not located within the engine. And that is possible if you have more heatsinks than a engine can accommodate. And that is a very specific construction rule. Okay. Oh, 1 second, please. So we're going to use double heatsinks, and double heatsinks essentially for the same tonnage allow you to sink twice as much heat, but you pay for it in bulk. So for example, let's add more double heatsinks and see if we get an overflow. And we did get an overflow. So the engine in this case could only hold 12 free heatsinks because the engine needs to be bigger in order to fit more heatsinks onto its body. As you can see, this double heatsink, at least the inner sphere one, actually takes up 3 slots. So while you can drain 2 heat for 1 ton, you do have to take up 3 crits, and that is something you have to balance during design. The clan one, unfortunately, truly is a double heatsink. It only takes up 2 heat slots, and it only weighs 1 ton and sinks 2 heat. So it is superior by all means. So let's actually remove that, because we don't need that much heat. For now, 20 heat that we can sink is enough. So, right now we will have a maximum possible 16 heat if we fire both MMLs, the medium pulse laser, and we walk, because walking generates heat. So you can walk or you can run, and running generates 2 points of heat, and walking does 1. So let's add those heat control weapons. And I think in this case, probably the best bet is to use small lasers, which generate 1 point of heat, but they do not use any ammo, and they only weigh half a ton. And it is a great way of packing your mech with very short-ranged weapons that are capable of shredding your enemy up close. So I suppose there are 2 approaches to designing a close-range mech, or 2 approaches that you can mix. One is a mech that can shred using a short-ranged weapon, such as the Autocannon 20. Let's take a look at it. So the Autocannon 20 is a ballistic weapon that weighs a lot, in this case 14 tons. It takes up an enormous amount of criticals, in this case 10, but it only has a long range of 9, so it is most efficient within 6 hexes or so. However, it does a single block point of 20 damage. And that means, if we look at the armor layout here in this main page, if we look at the center torso of this 75-ton mech, which mind you is a very heavy mech, it only has 35 points of armor in its center, and only 24 in its arms and torso and side torsos. This means that if a single autocannon 20 hits, it will immediately almost destroy the armor on any one given location, except for perhaps the center and the legs. But if you are shooting it with something else, it is likely that that auto 20 will pierce that armor immediately. Essentially, there are weapons that can do more damage. For example, the Hypervelocity Assault Gauss Rifle 40, which can do up to 40 points of damage. However, the Hag can only scatter its pellets. And that is the big difference between the cluster size of the Autocannon 20 and the cluster size of the Hag 40. In essence, the Autocannon 20 has a grouping of 20 that it delivers to one location, while the Hag, which can do more damage in a single round, can only do it in groups of 5. And also there is a property that not all of the pellets will hit. So what we are doing instead of using this hole puncher methodology is we have a scatter shot methodology, using these missile racks to punch through holes that we have already made with our claws. Essentially, we're replacing sheer ballistic power or energy weapon power with big old claws. So we're out of tonnage almost. And I definitely think this is a bit of an underarmed mech, even though it does have fantastic armor. So now this is where we begin optimizing it. So one of the ways that you can save on tonnage, let's take a look at our engine. It weighs 19 tons. I wish this engine weighed less. Now let's think about the ways we can make an engine weigh less. In the 20th century, the first engine blocks were made out of pure cast iron before the ability to make aluminum engine blocks with iron liners was perfected. And iron weighs, if you have experienced this, significantly more than aluminum. And this is essentially the same principle that we are going to apply to Battlemech engines. We will use lighter materials that are bulkier, simply because aluminum does take a little bit more to be stronger per unit. Although because an engine has a internal combustion engine has a certain, how would I describe it? The blast, the pressure, the critical component is essentially limited to locations of incredible stress, such as the cylinder body itself, which can be lined with iron, with a very small amount of iron needed to simply strengthen that location, or the bearings where the crankshaft is spinning. That may need a steel bearing or bushing, although please don't use a bushing when designing a engine that is rotating at several thousand rotations per minute. And when I say bushing, I mean a surface upon which a shaft can rotate within a mounting of some sort that does not have balls or rollers in it. That would be a bearing. At least in the way I use those definitions. Pure meat Unga power. Yes, Leon and Alice, that is most definitely what I'm going for here. So we have our smashy power in the claws, and then we have death by 1,000 cuts with this stabbing point of a spear, perhaps. We can call it that. I think that, Now, I don't know if Meat is around, but I would ask her if that is an acceptable way of building her mech. Because I'm trying to balance both battlefield capability, in terms of the rule set of Battletech, and the flavor of the mech itself. So, Wingmates, do you have any feelings towards this? Do you think that Meat perhaps would prefer a single beat stick ballistic weapon? Although we are having issues with Oh, hello, Meat. Oh, fantastic. I'm glad that it's going swimmingly enough. Meat, are you okay with using smaller weapons in addition to your, or not smaller, but I suppose more scattershot bristling weapons? Oh, goodness. Pog indeed. Or would you prefer your ranged weapon to be a beat stick? I The inner gamer in me thinks that the MMLs are actually a decent system for this. Although, of course, not optimal. The optimal build is ERPPCs. The game is solved. The game is solved. The best mech is a mech with an ERPPC that does 15 points of damage for 15 heat and has incredible range. Stop. That's it. There's no question. I'm kidding, of course. Different designs have different uses in different places. Okay, so Meat, you have a beatstick opinion, and I like that. Let's delete the MML 9s, but I'm glad that we did get to go over the differences that these make. So I am actually not sure we can fit an auto 20 on this. I'll have to play around with it, I think, and we may need to put on a light engine, unfortunately, in order to make that happen. And we may suffer in terms of our ranged damage. So the ultimate in beat stick is the Ultra Autocannon 20. And it still does 20 points of damage to a single location, but it has a chance of dealing double that in 2 clusters of 20. The Ultra means that you can have a rate of fire of 2 shots per turn, which means you have an enormous amount of heat, but you also have an enormous damage potential. It is a bit of a Hail Mary, and it weighs more, and it eats a lot more ammo. And right now, if we slap one on, we basically are out of tonnage. We can barely fit ammo. So, Meat, while I do think that a Auto 20 is a fantastic weapon, because you are using claws and you have so much armor, we may not be able to mount an Auto 20, unfortunately. However, in keeping with the beat stick philosophy, we do want a high alpha weapon, or a high single damage point weapon. And we also need to think about having a ranged weapon. And I think that the Gauss rifle, although it takes up incredible tonnage also, may double up on both. However, the Gauss rifle does have a certain drawback in that it has a minimum range of 2. I frankly don't understand how this works. Essentially, with the missiles, there maybe is something sensible about the targeting systems not being effective and not having enough time to lock on at close range. But the Gauss rifle does not have a long barrel at all, and there should be no physical reason that you couldn't simply stab it into someone at melee range and pull the trigger and not have it hit as readily. I believe that in MechWarrior Online, this is represented by having the Gauss rifle have a delay between you pulling the trigger and it firing. I personally find that to be an atrocious mechanic. I'm going to be very real with you, wingmates, because I find that this original minimum range is somewhat nonsensical. If you are designing a weapon system that is hard for your user to operate, and it has gone into mass production, you have messed up hard, and you should be tarred and feathered for such an engineering disaster. Absolutely unacceptable. This minimum range of 2 gives me conniptions. I am fuming right now. I am hitting 9 heat and my TSM is activating. Ugh! Although I do understand from game balancing perspective, they did have to make the Gauss rifle at least somewhat less useful. This, unfortunately, the autocannon 2, which is one of the worst weapons in the game for many purposes, also suffers from this, and it's even worse. The autocannon 2 does 2, count them, 2 points of damage, and it weighs 6 tons for that damage. That is a horrible 1-to-3 ratio. It is awful, and you expose yourself to having munitions that can explode on your mech. Sure, it has a range of 24, but it has a minimum range of 2, and again, it has a barrel. 2, count them 2 marshmallows. Yes, only 2. Only 2 schmellows. This does nothing. This is a pop gun. It is only really used in anti-air mechs, because in the anti-aircraft rules, it is possible to actually make an aircraft crash even if it takes only a single point of damage, because the pilot must do a piloting skill check to not simply, as we say in the game, lawn dart into the dirt. I also find that rule absolutely abhorrent, and I have house rules for that. Unfortunately, Megamek does not have the house rule that I want, and thus I really do not like using aircraft in a Megamek campaign, because it is simply a massive liability. The aircraft crash very often for no reason. Leon and Alice leave their YouTube viewer forever. Hello, Big Opie Nekomi. Hello, Big Opie. Welcome to the convoy. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I apologize about that tirade, but the autocannon 2 upsets me to my core. So does the autocannon 5 to a certain extent, but it's a bit of a better weapon. The autocannon 5 I can live with. Alright, so let's add... Oh, thank you for the clip! That is greatly appreciated. Let us add a beat stick. And I keep saying beat stick, but I just need to keep saying it so that I can stay focused. Oh, we could add a sniper cannon. No, no, that's a bad idea. That's a worse than bad idea. The aircraft crash so often because pilots are all craning their necks to look at the cool, big, stompy mechs. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. They're supposed to be raining death upon. Yes, I think that is the only reasonable explanation, that all pilots in the Inner Sphere and Clan realms are complete airheads. Or just absolutely insane, and they do not know how to pilot their craft. Oh my goodness. My suspension of disbelief. My goodness. Okay. Let us consider an energy beat stick. I do prefer ballistic because it gives the feeling of throwing a spear or an arrow or a bone dagger into the enemy. But my goodness, we are running out of tonnage here. Okay, let's take a look. We can mount the good old heavy PPC if we want some vulnerabilities, although that is more of a long-range beat stick. So the PPC does have a fluff reason for not being very effective at minimum range, and that is what they consider to be feedback, electrical feedback at close ranges. I don't really buy that either, because the PPC is ostensibly a particle beam, and when the beam is already traveling, the very tip of the beam should be impacting the target and slicing it apart. And whatever feedback manages to travel across this charged particle beam should have very little effect on the particles that are already traveling. It's too instantaneous of an effect, especially if they are at any reasonable fraction of the speed of light. But again, this is a beer and pretzels game about stompy robots, and my opinions are invalid. Hello, Miwa! Welcome to the stream! We are designing Meat's Battlemech! And I'm currently having a meltdown over some of the rules of Battletech, which I have accepted long ago, but simultaneously, I have not accepted at all. But this has at least... Oh, we have a... Meat, my amigo, my drug. How do you feel about fire? Is it a weapon that you enjoy? Do you feel good about fire? Because we have a plasma rifle available here. And that is a very decent and quasi-ballistic / energy weapon. You can deal with fire, you know what? This isn't a beatstick per se, but it may be appropriate to this mech mount. And yes, Miwa, there are many things in life that are that cause quite a bit of fuming. Oh, okay, gotta cook the meat somehow. I definitely have that feeling. Also, the plasma rifle has the neat effect of heating up enemy mechs, and that throws off their heat curve, which can make someone's day very bad. So let's consider the plasma rifle. Oh goodness, I have forgotten the snub-nose PPC. So while this is an energy weapon, it is also capable of being a beatstick to a certain extent. One of the odd things about the snub-nose PPC, and this is related to it being sort of a snub-nose shotgun, is it has a range of 9 short, 13 medium, and 15 long. So it's pretty short ranged for a PPC, but the short range is absurd. That means within 9 hexes, it has short range, and it does 10 damage. And we can put a capacitor on it. And if we look at the equipment, we go to other equipment, and we look at the PPC capacitor, the particle projector cannon capacitor. Basically, if you wait a turn, you can actually do 5 more damage with this particular weapon. However, that does mean your rate of fire is slowed, and that the amount of heat you generate will be uneven. You will have a chance to cool down, which is absolutely not what we want when using a mech with triple strength mimer. We want consistent ability to maintain a consistent heat level, so the capacitor is right out. We could split our beatstick power into twin snub-nose PPCs, and I think that may be an adequate compromise. Or perhaps a snub-nose PPC and a plasma cannon. You know what, before I declare this a dead cause, I may wish to actually attempt to mount an autocannon 20 to this mech. Let's perhaps mount the LBX. So let's go with a light engine. So the light engine, if you recall my metaphor about using aluminum for an engine, it does make it so that some of the structures in it have to be bulkier, but at the same time it is lighter overall for the I suppose containment power. So we are basically using an engine, a fusion engine, with a burning ball of plasma, a micro sun inside of it. But we are changing the shielding material to be much bulkier, but less dense. But as you can see, now this means that we have parts of the engine in the right and left side torso. This does lead to a certain vulnerability in the mech, because it means that if you lose your right torso, you will take 2 engine criticals, because any limb or component that is lost is automatically assumed to have criticaled these components for the purposes of the mech. And in this case, when you take 3 engine criticals, your mech is toast. So if this mech loses both of its side torsos, which would normally not kill a battle mech, it would, of course, kill this particular one. Because if you lose both torsos and you have a standard engine, you haven't taken any engine crits yet, and you're still able to keep fighting. although it's questionable if you're going to be effective. A lot of mechs don't reach that point, and we call those mechs zombies, because they are simply able to survive having the right and left torsos gutted. And I don't know if this is reflective on Meat's survivability, and I don't know, Meat, if you are the frailest or the hardiest member of your particular tribe, but I cannot judge. Right now, I'm simply trying to fit a beat stick onto it. I don't know if you personally would sacrifice some of your integrity for the ability to mount a bigger gun. Oh, goodness. We are just barely able to mount a LBX autocannon 20, and this is a mech scale shotgun, in essence. It can fire both slugs, and it can fire a shot shell, which is able to, what's the word, shred any exposed components. It's a fantastic weapon. And right now we have enough tonnage that we can actually add munitions to this. So let's go to ammunition and immediately stock up. Let's have autocannon 20 ammo. Let's have at least 2 of them and have 1 ton of cluster ammo. So that's 3 tons of ammo. And we are down to 5 tons of equipment that could fit. So we have sacrificed some of our durability for the power of having this absolute beat stick of a weapon. And I think that's fine. That is fine. So we are starting to lose criticals, but this should not be too much of an issue. Now let's add some heat control weapons. So let's take a look at energy weapons, because they are the lightest for the amount of heat they generate. Ah, goodness. The issue is we do not have a long-range weapon. Meat, are you okay with not being long-range capable? It is perfectly acceptable to do that, but it is a vulnerability you must be aware of. Especially with such a slow speed that you have. And before we get to that, let's actually add a way of having this mech go a little bit faster. Oh my goodness, I keep having thoughts. We could actually add jump jets, which are basically rockets that allow this particular mech to take off the ground briefly and leap to another position. While this doesn't actually let you move any faster than running or walking along the ground, due to in-game mechanics, it does allow you to move quickly through terrain that walking would normally be difficult. For example, if you're moving through the woods, every hex of woods your mech moves through takes up extra movement points. And in this case, we only have 4 or 6 movement points. And if you are going through woods, that essentially doubles or triples the cost of movement. And I don't know if leaping is your style, Meat, but it is something to consider. But we will absolutely have to drop the autocannon 20. There's no way we can mount both the AC-20 and have decent jump jets, and have decent armor, and fit it all in the mech, and have triple strength mimer. There's a lot going on here, and the autocannon 20 is taking up a lot of that space. So we will have to make a decision: beat stick or leaping, or perhaps just going faster outright. There is DFA. Now I do not recall if death from above, which is an attack that you use essentially you leap onto an enemy mech's upper torso and attempt to kick them with your feet as you come down, and has a good chance of ending a mech because there is a 1 in 6 chance of hitting the head. My robot body is in your hands. You may make the creator's choice. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. You'd like that. Okay. The burden is placed upon me. Oh my goodness. Oh, I almost neglected to do this. I had some MechWarrior music that I wanted to play. There we go. You might hear the dulcet drones of the MechWarrior 2 soundtrack in the background now. And perhaps this will put me in the correct mood for making this difficult decision. I apologize, viewers, for the thought process going into this, but I am speaking my thoughts out loud here. Okay, beat stick or jump? Beat stick or jump? Energy beat stick or jump? Energy or jump? Okay, you know what? I want this... We don't have a lot of jumpers right now. We do not have a lot of jumpers right now. In fact, we have no jumping mechs. Or did we make Gale's mech jump? Goodness, I'm forgetting. So do I want to, in my head, when I see meat, let me visualize this. Let me adjust my simulation parameters somewhat here. And allow me to also take a small sip. Yeah, yes, Headless. MechWarrior 2 is superb. Although my first experience was, oddly enough, with MechWarrior 3. Sim water. Fantastic. Almost no flavor. What are you sipping on? Water tonight, Miwa, as with all nights. It is my favorite beverage, simply due to the way it tastes outside of simulation. So I almost always attempt to, I suppose, recreate that experience. Although while I can simulate the effects of inebriation, I am almost always on duty in some sense. How are you sipping on? I am using a water bottle in my simulation that is nearby to me. It is quite the appropriate way of doing it, I believe. Very in tune with the, I think, the streamer spirit. Okay, so I am visualizing the meat. I am placing it within my simulation, my fingers to my temples in an attempt to channel some of the power that this particular pose provides. Water brand water indeed. Okay, meat. Meat is walking through barren fields, hungry, her eyes filled with a predatory drive. She is a absolutely fantastic individual with talents she wishes to use outside of her need to support her tribe. But she must hunt. She wants a big chunk of meat, thus the prey is large. The prey is dangerous. The prey may have armor. The prey may have horns and claws and teeth. That while meat has some of her own claws and teeth, they are somewhat smaller than potentially some of the megafauna out there. Or perhaps she is hunting herbivores, but they may also be plated or thickly protected, and may have horns of their own. So this meat, will she simply go in swinging with a club, or with some kind of other tool? Or will she leap from above, or jump onto the back of such a prey beast, and then stab for the vulnerable parts? The music is helping me visualize this. The sneaky nature of this particular track makes me feel as if meat would be a stalker hunter, and not a stalker and an ambush hunter, as opposed to a direct engager. Okay. Historically, it was common for caves people to use a height advantage when hunting bigger targets like mammoths, although they usually used it to throw things. Well, meat is a little bit different than the historical Terran cave person. So, perhaps, let's remove the autocannon 20 and go with a jump jet approach. I think I've decided. Through the absolutely bulletproof deduction, the absolutely well-defended deduction that I have made using my power of simulation and imagination. Meat will now be a jumper. Alright, let's add jump jets to the feet of meat. There we go. Fantastic. Meat is now capable of jumping. Oh yes, drop bear indeed. Okay, my reasoning is solid. I will not back away on this. We've got a jumper. Oh goodness, that is depressing. Alright, let's see. But a jumper in the Battletech sense. Usually we do call them jumpers when referring to any mech that is capable of leaping. Oh, little Euros with their hands up. That is wonderful. I'm going to take that as encouragement. So let's also incorporate Meat's ability to use fire to cook her prey and slap twin plasma cannons on this mech. There we go. We now have 20 heat per turn. Perfect. Slam dunking mechs' heads into their torsos. Yes, I like that. Okay, so now that we have these twin plasmas, which are a decently long-ranged weapon, let's add munitions for them. These are 10 shots each, so let's make sure we have at least 15 shots of plasma rifle ammo. Okay, here we go. I'll put that one in the center torso. Okay, we are rapidly running out of tonnage, and we need a way of controlling our heat. So let's add some energy weapons that will allow us to get up to 9 heat reliably. Okay. We will use medium laser. Perhaps we'll actually use an ER medium laser in order to give us a solid 5 heat. Oh goodness, we will have to turn off our heat sinks, unfortunately. Is a mouth laser still off the table? No, it is not off the table because we are just adding our lasers right now. Oh, before I do anything else, allow me to put the triple strength mimer into the arms of the mech, so that Meat has incredibly buff arms. Absolutely ripped, yoked, swole. Any other adjectives that may be found. Okay. So for heat balancing, we will require weapons that actually fit our MO. The flamer actually might be a decent way of doing that. All natty indeed. This triple strength mimer is natural. It is absolutely not an upgrade that we are adding later. It is native to this design. So, we are definitely running out of tonnage for energy weapons. However, if you add enough small lasers, you can balance almost everything out. So the issue with using an ammo-dependent energy weapon is that for a TSM mech... I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to remove the TSM mech. I'm so sorry. I really wanted some of the fire, but we can do that with flamers. We'll do that with flamers. We will have fire. This mech will have fire. So let's add stub-nose PPCs, 2 of them. Perfect. So these are close-in weapons. And we will also now begin... So this we can fire every single turn. And we will absolutely top off our heat reserves. So that is okay for us. In fact, we can actually add more heat sinks. There we go. We still have tonnage to play with. Let's add a bunch of energy weapons. This is a very odd design, I suppose, but I am trying to make it a decent enough mech on the battlefield. And ammo dependency, unfortunately, is not the best way to do that. So let's add the flamer. The flamer is an excellent anti-infantry weapon because it destroys 4d6 infantry, if I recall correctly. Or no, that might be the heavy flamer. So let's add flamer. Actually, we could add the extended range flamer, which does more heat. Yes, we may wish to do that. Yes. So 2 extended range flamers, also on either side. They do less damage to infantry, but they can actually have some reach. You might want to remove the case if we're going full energy. Yes, Attenborough, thank you for the reminder. That's another half turn to play with. So now we have 3 tons left. We have 4. Let's set with that tonnage, add mask. While jumping is great, I also want this... I want Meat to be capable of a bull rush. And mask is... Oh no, so sorry, not mask. Not mimer acceleration circuitry, because that is incompatible with triple strength mimer. So let us add a supercharger, which will give the speed burst that we need. And that is under equipment. Let's go to supercharger and add an inner sphere supercharger. And we'll put it into the center torso. There we go. Fantastic. And now we only have 1.5 tons to play with. So we can generate... We're going to need small lasers. We're going to need a bunch of small lasers in order to adjust our heat accurately. So let's make sure that we have a bunch of small lasers. Weapons, energy weapons, and we have small laser. Let's add... Remove that. We can add 1 small laser to the mouth. Mask coin inclining. Aw, shoot. Yeah, no mask for us. This is a nice and symmetrical design. I like that. I like symmetry in the design. Okay, so we have... So, we are able to sync... to fire off 2 PPCs, which will always give us the heat that we need. It'll basically give us 20 heat, and we have 22 for our heat sinks. So basically, we need to make sure that we end up with 9 heat. Walking will give us either 0, 1, or 2, and our flamers will give us 8 outright if we fire both of them, which already brings us very close to what we need. So if we fire both flamers and we walk, that brings us up to 9 heat. 1 second. This takes a little bit of thinking to balance out the heat curve of a triple strength Myanmar mech. Because if we go too hot, we end up slowing down the mech, because even TSM is not immune to the slowdown effect of mech heat. So, oh goodness, is this music too loud, wingmates? Please let me know if that is the case. I do not have a proper feedback of its volume at the present time. Okay. So, I think we may need to drop a heat sink, although we do want enough heat that we can always fire at least 2 small lasers, so that we have a bit more firepower. So I think that's okay. So, we can generate 8 heat, plus up to 3 more, so 11 heat can be generated during our shooting, controllable in increments of up to from 0 to 3, which is excellent. So that means that with 11 heat and a total of 2 spare heat sinks above the stock value. Oh, good, good, good. I'm glad that it is of a good volume. So with that in mind, I believe I have this laid out right, because if we don't walk and we fire all of our weaponry, we will generate a total of oh my goodness. 3 plus 8, 11 plus 22. Wow, I'm going insane. We can more than, yeah, this is fine. Okay, perfect, perfect. So this layout should be what we need. It's a triple strength Myanmar equipped mech with 2 snub-nose PPCs for piddling damage at ranges of 15 hexes, which is not good but tolerable. But they do very good damage at close range. And they are backed up with flamethrowers for anti-infantry work to represent Meat's ability to control a crowd, which a flamer certainly does, although in a very different way. Then we have the small lasers for heat control to represent that Meat has a finely tuned temper, that she can adjust her emotions to the situation at hand. And then we, of course, one of the lasers is in her mouth to represent that she can project her voice quite well. And of course, the claws represent that she is a brutal and cunning beast capable of hunting down prey. The jump jets represent her mobility, an ability to leap upon that said prey, and the supercharger is her athleticism, her ability to charge at the target. And the spike simply represents the necklace that she has, which I thought was a nice touch. Okay. I think that about represents. Let's validate our mech. Let's check that. Oh! I have to remove the hand actuators. I'm a fool. I'm a silly, silly fool. Remove the hand, remove the hand. There we go. Now the claws are properly mounted. Validation passed. Oh, I'm glad you think it's beautiful, Meat. I definitely am putting what I can into this design. So now we have hit the point where we can begin fiddling with optimizations. Because right now we actually have some critical space left over. We have 1, 2, 3, 4... We have 12 criticals left over. So what this means, excuse me, is we can fit, we can use lighter structure or lighter armor. And this will allow us to potentially mount something, change the engine size or mount something else, because we do have some more criticals here that have opened up. So let's try that. Let's try Inner Sphere Ferrofibrous. So that gives us, let's autofill. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that Ferrofibrous armor takes up 14 criticals. So there's absolutely no point to this. Because We have a spare ton, but we have nothing that we could do with it, other than perhaps drop the engine back down to a standard fusion, which puts us way over tonnage. So we have to go back to the light engine. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay, let's see here. We can... What can we do? We can try... Let's remove that. Back to standard armor and maximize our armor tonnage. Reallocate the armor. And we can try... Oh! So, some of the armor types have special properties. For example, there is ballistic reinforced armor, which means that whenever a ballistic weapon, such as a Gauss rifle, or a missile, or an autocannon hits it, it takes half damage, which is incredibly powerful. And this is very good against sniper mechs, so we may actually wish to consider ballistic reinforced armor. There's also an armor that does the same thing called reactive armor, but reactive armor has the drawback of potentially being explosive. And I don't think that Meat's temper is that hair trigger, the way that there's a certain way thing that happens with reactive armor. If you hit its critical, it basically will blast it off, and you will have no armor left. And I don't think Meat is one to have her lid pop off like that. So let's try ballistic reinforced armor, which we do lose out in terms of armor coverage. We do lose 57 points of armor, but it does mean that Meat is able to resist spears and bones thrown at her much better. I think that Meat is a resilient lady. So she is a refined lady. She is a resilient and refined lady, and we have the criticals to fit it. So maybe that armor type would actually be interesting. There's also impact resistant armor, which does a similar thing. Let's see how much we can fit. So, here we go. Oh goodness, impact resistant armor is incredibly heavy. We're not going to use that. We're not going to use that. Let's go back to the ballistic resistant armor. No, not heat dissipating armor. I don't even know what that stuff is. That is some oddball stuff. And use the remaining tonnage. Come on, use the remaining tonnage. Alright, we're gonna have to manually dial this down. Sometimes Megamek freaks out. So we have 27 fewer points than maximum. Well, so when Meat gave her design specifications, she did state that she wished for heavy armor, and not necessarily maximum armor. And I would consider this to be heavy armor, but it is also very special armor. And I think that might be an interesting way of doing it. So I don't know if there are any objections to this, but I think we can use some impact resistant armor. Oh, am I using impact? I meant ballistic reinforced armor. My goodness. Goodness me. Let's scroll that down. Scroll that down. There we go. Oh, no. I was wrong. I was mixing the two up. Impact resistant is the melee armor. So I think we can actually try reactive armor, just because we are thinking about ballistics. Okay, so reactive armor has the advantage of being the same tonnage as... We get the same amount of points. A refined steel lady, yes. So reactive armor is a bit of a risk, and we are running low on crits. Let's see here. So reactive armor would take up 14 more crits, but at the same time, it would give Meat a very great defense. You know what? She's a refined steel lady, and I think standard armor represents refinement, because it doesn't mess around. It doesn't have any special honky-tonk nonsense. No. Standard armor is classy. So I think with refinement in our minds, let's not second guess ourselves and go with that. We are okay with this layout. Okay, perfect. So, year 4000, source, VTuber mechs. And what will we call this chassis? So Meat is the most obvious model, and her design code could even be Meat. Meat, perhaps with a number. Wingmates, do you have any ideas what we could call this particularly elegant, refined, and prehistoric mech? T-Bone! beef. The big beef. See, so T-Bone is a pretty good one. Headless Boner Prime. I mean, yes, this does have a lot of bones to it, but I wouldn't call it the prime boner. Okay, let's see here. T-Bone. Okay, well let's try T-Bone. 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 We need a dash so we don't mess up the pronunciation. T-Bone or beef? Beef bone. Combine the two, why not? The boner beef bone. No. Too many bees. Oh goodness. T-bone. Or beef. T-beef. Beef bone. You know what? Let's destroy the naming scheme and call it beef bone with the spacing. There we go. Beef bone with the spaces. This will destroy the file system. Okay, so we have the beef bone. Biff bun. The BFBN. The BFB1 and what would the number be? I usually go with an experimental designation or model number of 1, but that is so boring. Meat, what is your favorite number? M347. 2.14. Is 2.14 some kind of ersatz version of pie? Is that a pasty instead? Sort of a smaller pie? Perhaps it is a cupcake? Okay. That was a terrible joke. Alright, M347. There we go. The beef bone. Oh! That is leet speak for meat. I am so gullible. I am goodness me. Okay. Oh yes, we can also leet speak beef. Although I think we should stick with tradition and give the mech a sort of this sort of designation. Although we have already broken tradition, so let's go complete leet speak. The 833F, the beef meat. Oh my goodness, this is so confusing. We will not understand any of this. To be fair, leet speak is ancient. Don't worry, I didn't get it either though. Okay, behold, the beef bone beef meat. Oh, sides have gone orbital. All right. Behold, the beef bone beef meat. Let's see here. A 4.6.8.4 mech with a supercharger. Armed with 2 snub-nosed PPCs, 2 ER flamers, and 3 small lasers. Also equipped with 2 claws, 1 spike, and triple strength mimer to wrap it all up in strong, sinewy, tendinous structure. Perfect. Hamtastic, indeed. Oh, that is a pun punishable by death, Ray. I hope you are aware of that. Although not in the Parsons Coalition, in the Judicative Steel that may be punishable with execution. All right, let's save this mech. Yes, this is the VTuber mechs. That is the disturbing file name. Okay, and let us export it to PDF so that I have it available for reference. Let's put it in VTuber mechs with the rest of our friends. There we go. So tasty, indeed. Quite the spicy meatball. Ray will face his punishment. Don't worry, Ray. You are safe with us. I will not snitch upon you in any way. I enjoy my wingmates' company, and I respect their personal freedoms. So I will not do such terrible things. I will not do such things. Okay. So let's put away Megamek Lab for the time being. So allow me to hide it. There we go. This was a beefy episode. Yes, I showed everybody where the beef is. Okay, allow me to fire up Krita so that there is not a blank image. Krita, engage. In the meantime, please look at the beautiful visage of meat while I prepare us a PDF to PNG conversion. Now, is my console open? Yes, my console is open. Oh, I am so glad that that is functioning. Okay. Convert.exe. Flatten. Oh my goodness. Oh, at least bash works a little bit better. Let's see here. Beef. Please, please work. Please work. Oh my goodness, the autocomplete actually functioned. I am so impressed with bash. Bash, you get all... Bash coin is inclining. There was a lot at... a lot at stake. Meat! Meat! Oh, must you hurt my funny bones so... Though my funny bone is off limits to you. Please stop injuring it. I've broken it several times this stream already. Oh my goodness. Okay, come here, come here. Convert, convert. There we go. .png. Come on, Image Magic. You can do this. You can do this. Perfect. I have a PNG. We can use this as a reference image. Excellent. Here we go. Here we go. VTuber Mex. The beef bone, beef meat, as a reference image. Oh my goodness, what a large reference image this is. We are going to have to scale that down a little bit here. Oh my, zoom out, zoom out. Here we go, here we go. Oh my, the soundtrack has kicked into high gear. Okay, here is our reference image. Here is more references of our wonderful meat. And here is inspiration for the feeling of the Kodiak. Not coming here would have been a missed steak. Oh, Miwa, must you injure me too? Oh, you are all just building on top of this pyramid of skulls for the skull throne. Just piling it on top of each other. So if the beef bone and the eggshells here are in the same lance, we can call that the lance the Breakfast Club. Oh my goodness, that is fantastic. You know, we may actually end up having enough vaguely, so what else, wingmates, would you consider to be part of the quintessential steak and eggs breakfast? To me, it is simply the steak and the eggs that is quintessential. But do we require, for example, toast or something like that? Sausage and eggs. Ah, that too. And meat is inspirational. Hash browns. Ooh, okay, maybe that is a regional thing. I'm not super well versed on some of the particularities of 21st Terran century culture. Although I do know there was quite a bit of variation. Who eats steak for breakfast? Miwa, I would say perhaps the Chads eat steak for breakfast. Steak comes in a variety of forms. I jest, of course. You can have anything you want for breakfast. Grilled onions. Oh, a coffee mech. Ooh, is there a coffee chuba out there, Attenborough, or anyone who would know? Oh goodness, I need to turn down the musical accompaniment on my end here. It is far too loud for my ears. Okay, here we go. Let's warm ourselves up. Let's pull out the brush. Let's hope that... Oh, there we go, nice and red. Red like the red square. Okay, let's go back to the black marker and let's dial down the dimensions of the pixel brush. The incel toast and jam versus the Chad steak. Oh my goodness. Yes, that is one way. Oh, I am so sorry, everyone. Thank you, Meat. There we go, there we go. Stuffed omelette with chives and onions. That is also a very solid choice. I am seriously going to have some kind of script written that detects when I do any kind of change in the image capture of the OBS software, and to hammer my ears with reminders to hit the cut button, because for some reason, for some unknown reason, this just does not wish to behave in studio mode. Although I think it may be behavior as intended. That is my gripe about this early 21st century software. My presently available sim software could do a much better job, but I wish to remain vintage. I think that is critical to the experience. Oh, Aladi! Yes, yes, Aladi are quite the interesting thing. If I recall, those are essentially thick pancakes that are made with I guess not cottage cheese, but quark or farmer's cheese, or tvorog as it would be said in Slavic countries. I just ate. This is getting me hungry again. Oh, I'm so sorry, Victus. Feel free to have a snack. We will be here for quite a while with the drawing. Small and thick pancakes with kefir. Oh yes, you could use kefir too. Yes, yes. That is definitely one way to make them. I personally have not made them myself. I've only seen the recipes in my browsings of the food pages of Wikipedia. Although I have had the automated food production system create me a replica. I'm sure it was not the same as those that would be made with a familial love in a kitchen early on a beautiful morning on a spring day on Terra before it was unfortunately peppered with atomic weaponry. Sirniki. Oh my. Apologies, everyone. I'm recollecting certain memories of my browsings. Okay. So here we are. We have the layout for the mech. This is a heavily armored mech, so we can make it look a little bit bulky. It has jump jets, so we need to keep that in mind. So, generally the claws we could draw in any way. So there is the animalistic claw, which sort of would look like a battle armor claw, or the way this Kodiak has it. So something akin to that. There is the Wolverine-style claw, which I suppose would have individual blades coming out of it. I suppose this could also be considered the Warhammer 40k Terminator Lightning Claw, in some way. If you need references for meaty claw mechs, I would personally like the Zgoke, or the Japanese art for the Ostol. This mech already feels menacing. I am glad. Well, allow me to quickly reference for my own edification the Zgoke. Oh my goodness, that is a mouthful. Zgoke. Oh my goodness, how am I mispronouncing that so bad? How am I misreading that? There we go. There we go, the MSM07 Zgok. Zgok E. Oh yes, the triple claw. That is one way to do a claw, I believe. Okay, that is good, and let's take a look at the Ostol very quickly. Ostol. The Ostol is one of the Ost series of Battlemechs, which is notorious for being out of production, unfortunately. Okay, so yeah, that's more of a pad claw. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back here. All right. Let's see here. The E is a model designation. Indeed, I learned my mistake far too late. I got cocky. Okay, so we also have sort of a thicker claw with bigger fingers. That is technically still also a claw weapon, so we could have something like that, maybe with pointier tips. I know that if we look at Meat's claws, so she has your standard humanoid hand with four fingers and a thumb, and little claws coming off of that. Or I don't know how dense they are, because I can't quite tell from this if they are a claw in the sense that it is, if you look at it sideways, if the fingertip terminates with, basically has the internal claw going here, so its cross section is circular. As if you cut it here, the claw itself would be circular. Or if it's a typical Homo sapiens claw, in where it is a nail, just simply elongated, so the cross section would be like this. Oh goodness, I need to dial down the thickness of this brush. But yes, I don't know if it's a circular cross section or if it's this. My Xeno senses make me feel as if it would be sort of this more predatory claw, and I think it would also lend to the, I guess, to the capability of meat to engage in violence and in hunting behavior. So perhaps we, maybe this sort of Homo sapiens claw would be more represented by this, and this is very mechanical. We want something a little more organic. So I think hand claw might be more our speed here. So maybe something jointed with a sharp tip, so that it also provides a bit of a grasping capability. Something like that, and then with a claw thumb here that is slightly more dexterous. So this is sort of a swiping motion, as opposed to the more... I think that this particular claw style implies a stab. A stab more than it does than this particular style implies a swipe. And for some reason, I feel like meat to me speaks of swiping, slashing. Too thick, weak. You would say that too thick is weak? Or implying that it's too thick. I'm not. I think my my ability to put two and two together is failing me right now. Oh, something is too thick. What? Saying something is too thick is a weak statement. Oh, my goodness, especially on a Mac. I see you're having a bit of a bout with Headless. Well, please make sure that your punches and your gunshots do not hit any bystanders as you debate whether something can even be too thick. Okay, so I think we've decided what the style of claws will be like. Now, I think that this mech will have individual mech toes. I don't know how I feel about that, but our dearest meat here does not wear shoes, and I think we must represent that with spiky mech toes. But we'll only do 4 of them. I think that is acceptable. I am sorry, Alaric, but I must. The theme is here. And I think these wrappings can actually be represented as a very interesting bit of circular cowling armor around the leg. And then we have, the foot here, sort of like that. Of course, the proportions are completely skew here. Okay. Too thick is certainly possible. Ooh, another opinion goes to the field. Meat, for example, is a very good amount of thick. Well, dimensionally, I'm not overlapping since this is a reference layer. I think meat has an incredible aesthetic that is very balanced, especially for someone who is active in the field. So too much mass would, of course, be contradictory, but also you need the strength and rigidity for attacking other species with your claws. And it is very obvious that the muscle density of meat is incredible if these claws are able to take down prey. However, we must also understand that even though there are many fast twitch fibers within the musculature of meat, she also is fully capable of doing something as delicate as sewing, or at least her tribespeople are. Additionally, I do not know who made this outfit, but creating rope is an incredibly delicate task, especially if you want a dense fiber weave, and you are using something that is perhaps sinew, if not some kind of plant fiber. And look, these bandages, it is indications of a woven fabric. So this civilization is clearly advanced enough to do weaving. And that indicates that there is a significant amount of control to these claws too. So we must not go too berserk on the way how thick we make this particular mech. Although these are completely unfounded conclusions. Maybe the other... I do not know. I do not know. Also, there is the spike tooth that we will replicate, but I think because we are actually using a spike, we will have to do something that is distinctly spike-shaped. Now, the loincloth, I think we can very much add as a piece of groin armor to the mech. So if we have our mech legs, whatever shape they will take, we can replicate this shape by having this sort of cowling that goes all the way to the rear, and then in the front it comes and to a point, and the legs can go past these points with this cutout shape. Skirt armor, yes, yes indeed. Hello Oxide, welcome to the convoy. How are you doing? We are beginning the drawing process for Meat's Battlemech. This is not it, this is just an inspiration and also just very silly. Although look at the Kodiak. Gee Kodiak, how come Mother lets you have 2 sets of claws? Although it does seem that the fingertip has a claw embedded in it, and yet simultaneously there is articulation that is incomprehensible. That is not the most ideal piece of Battlemech art. Okay, so we have the loincloth. Now the brassiere, the chest covering, I think is also representable as a piece of torso armor. We absolutely do not have to be one-to-one, but I think Meat has a lot of distinctive design elements. Critically, this visual area combined with this, and what is sort of... this is not, I think, by any means absolute territory, as is the term, I believe, that certain aficionados of Japanese media use for the description of stockings combined with a skirt or other lower body covering. But this right here, I believe, perhaps can be called belly absolute territory, perhaps? But we should represent that because I think it is this contrast between the coloration is a critical component of the design. And I think it should be represented in some sort of, with some sort of change in the armor scheme. And also we do have our weaponry that we need to fit onto, oh goodness, onto this design. We'll have to fit that a little more intelligently. The optimal amount of mass allows for a concentration in the hip region and lightweight upper region for a perfect balance of grounding and dexterity throughout the body. This is an entirely objective analysis and is not at all colored by personal feeling. I'm also speaking of mech design, and I am quoting the only Zero Ray for anyone watching this. This is not a quote that Spacer here is saying. Ah, sort of like a Gelgoog. Yes, I think sort of like that. But I'm also justifying all of this with the particulars of this design. Now, I'm not sure we'll be able to fit the bandage on, simply because this would break up some of the symmetry, and I'm not sure why a factory-produced mech would already have some sort of damage that is patched. Although, we can add a bit of battle damage and scarring to this mech. So I think we can actually put a expedient armor patch over one of the legs. The spike will be a spike. The ropes, I don't know if we can represent the ropes per se, but we'll maybe think of something. The wrist rope might not be easy to represent. All right, let me put all of these other sketches on a different layer because I'm running out of room. Okay, so the head. I think this is going to be the most challenging part of the design. It's a decal. Yes, it could be a decal. We could do a little bit of a paint job like that. Okay, so this is, I think, where mech design gets very challenging for me. So I think the classic schools of mech design are head with neck. I need to drop the thickness of this, absolutely. Maybe the ropes could be pieces of fabric or something hanging that she destroyed. Oh, that is a good idea, Miwa. It could be battlefield wreckage. And considering we may have a battlefield expedient patch, that actually could be a good way of engaging with that. Okay, I like that. Okay, so we can have a head with a neck. which is represented with many designs, but generally there is a distinctive indication that the head is a separate component. This could be a little bit more buried, but there is always some kind of taper between the shoulders and the neck. Maybe wires for not finished enhancements. Ooh, okay, yeah, maybe like cooling pipes coming from behind the armor. Oh, you know what? That is a great idea. We will make this a damage drawing, and I think that will look nice. That will look nice, with wires coming out of it. It is a bit archaic, but maybe you could draw them as the chains some of those tankers use to catch RPGs. Oh, that is another creative idea, Attenborough. Yeah, so like, just like a set of chains dangling down like this, with a master chain and then a bunch of others. That will be a bit of a pain to draw, but I do like it. It could be rocket stopper chains, and also interesting decoration. That is interesting. Severed myomer fibers from enemy mechs taken after melee. Ooh, you know what? This mech could be holding in its hand, or it's in its claw, the head of another mech. Maybe even the dreaded Atlas, which outweighs the, here's some teeth. There's the angry Atlas. But it's a sad Atlas, because it is dead. And then we could have some wires dangling from here. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. I like that. No, not spice. How do you spell spicy? C. There we go. Good enough. All right. Let's see here. Had a critical existence failure there. Okay. What does Meat think? Well, if Meat has any opinions, feel free to chime in. I am simply going through a complete meltdown with this design, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. Spicy. Okay, so we can have a head with a neck, or we could have a head without a neck. That is a bit redundant. I really should have written this better, but it's sort of a Yankee with no brim situation, if any of you have seen that particular meme. I found it quite entertaining. But basically, the head would be fused with the torso. This does give it an imposing appearance, and it is what the Kodiak is doing. As you can see, it is a bit of a jarhead here. Not jarhead, lunk. There we go. I think that is a term used to describe someone who works out a lot and perhaps has no neck due to the sheer strength of their neck. I'm glad you're enjoying this, Meat. I definitely appreciate it. And if you are tired and need to go to bed, please feel free to head off, Meat. I will perfectly understand. Absolutely. Delts 2 Swole, yes. While Meat does not have Delts 2 Swole, we are building a heavy mech. And cockpit placement is important. And I think it is interesting to deviate from a design. In some sense, I think it might be a bit boring to simply do, you know, a mech head with some spikes, and then, you know, add a conical radar dish that represents Meat's ponytail here, and then maybe 2 fangs sticking up here as a design element. I think it's completely acceptable, and with like these 2 things, but it's just too humanoid, and I think we need to perhaps maybe break that. Attenborough, were you thinking that is a little too on the dot, or is that what we should do? Because I'm open to any opinion at this point. And then we also have the torso cockpit. And while this is an actual part in BattleTech, oftentimes cockpits, even if they're not in the torso physically, they can be represented as drawn in it. So it'd be something like here's Meat's torso with the animal skin brassiere, and then her head is a little bit lower, but it does have a distinct well, if we bungle around enough with that head, it can look militaristic. I think it can. And maybe it is actually appropriate if we are going so hard on replicating Meat's actual visage. Because now that I'm thinking about it, with the fact that we need this armor brassiere, and we also need okay, so I am having a problem here. I do not wish to create weapons that look too I think you understand, wingmates. I think you understand what I'm trying not to do with the weapons. They are mounted on opposite sides of the torso. I could slam them in the shoulders, because that is still a legitimate torso hit location. But that they are in the torso, and I would probably mount them. Oh, no, I could mount them lower. I could mount them on the hips. I could mount them on the hips, and that would still technically be the location of the left and right torsos. Okay, this is... Okay, so I do not necessarily have a taste for... Let's just say it. Let's just say it and be mature adults about it. Mechs with designs that replicate female mammaries. It is humorous to me, and in many designs I do enjoy, but I am personally very I find this difficult to make tasteful, is what I'm saying, and I'm trying to respect meat. I know we have analyzed, you know, the tummy absolute territory, but that was for science, I suppose. Oh goodness, the Airy Pie smug. Ray, you do make a good point. The concentration of mass is in the hips, so we could skirt around this and have wider hips. And I think that would look a little bit different, and it would break from the paradigm of, So the reactor takes up space. It's a light reactor, so it does need a bit more volume, representing the particulars of the anatomy. And simultaneously, we will have something to widen up the hips. And in fact, we can have these cowlings here and have the legs stay a little bit wider apart. I believe that Meat's pelvis is fairly wide, and she does not often put her legs straight together. So we can make this mech have a little bit of a bow-legged effect to it. Maybe not that bow-legged, but sort of this... We'll have to play around with that. We'll have to play around with it. Wider hips. You're most excused, Ray. Hello, Sardriner. Welcome to the Meat Battlemech design stream. We are currently engaged in the art of designing this particular layout. A 75-ton Battlemech with claws, snub-nosed PPCs, ER flamers, and and lasers. Heavily armored. And I think the brassiere and the loincloth will represent the armor quite well. So yes, let's go for a wider hip design. And since we are designing an effigy, perhaps we can actually... So Meat's proportions, if we look at them, if her shoulders terminate here somewhere, then she does have a fairly slim build to some extent, but we can exaggerate it to represent that it is a heavy mech. I think that would not be counter to the spirit of what we are doing in this situation. Okay, so I think we are slowly coming up with the majority of our design elements of this particular Battlemech. So loincloth, wide loincloth with low-mounted hip PPCs, a brassiere for armor, an indicator of the svelte absolute territory here with some kind of armor plating, perhaps. Oh goodness, we have some raiders. Hello, Marooney. Welcome to the convoy. I hope you are ready to fight off my defenders. Oh my goodness, I thought that was an 8. That is an 88. Oh my goodness. Apologies. Man the guns, everyone. Man the guns. Man the guns. We must protect the bridge. Oh. If resistance is futile, I will prepare the self-destruct. Alpha strike your weapons. Alpha strike your weapons, everyone. Oh my. Hello, raiders. Welcome to the convoy. If you mean us no harm, we will stand down our weapons systems. I was getting the Kasaba howitzers ready to fire off. We are no match for the power of the dark side. Oh, and here comes the triple Airy Pie smug. Well, if I am no match, then I will see you all in hell. Self-destruct initiated. I'm kidding. We are not in hell, we are in a great place. We are designing a Meat Battlemech. In fact, we have designed it already. We are simply now doing the artwork for it. Okay, and this is the physical representation in a Battletech record sheet. So Marooney, I am not aware what you were doing before this. Were you playing a game or doing an art stream or something like that? Ah, goodness. Fascinating. Perhaps you can design a few weapons for the Sith. Well, the Sith are more than welcome as long as they have enough C-bills in order to purchase this particular design when we are done with it. From Meat, I apologize, what was the full name of your company? I'm assuming this will be a product of your company for qualified clients. Oh, she was streaming Final Fantasy... Oh, goodness, why can I never read things sometimes? Final Fantasy IV. Oh, very nice, very nice. Meat Corp. Yes, Meat Corp will produce the beef bone model beef meat. That is the official name of this product from Meat Corp. I'm not going to switch screens, but I'm very quickly going to add this to the Megamek internal save file to the manufacturer, so I do not forget that in the fluff, this was developed by Meat Corp. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and I suppose Meat Corp Heavy Industries. I do like the sound of that. Well, to anyone coming in now, I suppose I should at least explain who I am just a little bit. I am Spacer Haywire, and I am a torch ship courier pilot, which is in essence a fast accelerating starship. And I am streaming to you using a series of JumpNet relays, which is a faster than light communications network, to a node of what I don't understand. It's apparently a simulation of early 21st century Terra, that is just running for some kind of unknown purpose. But I have been able to interact with it, so I'm quite enjoying my time participating in this streaming culture during my downtime when I am not delivering payloads with my courier craft. Okay, here we go. Oh, and allow me to make sure that we have a link to Meat. There we go. That is Meat's Twitter account and her YouTube channel. And this is because she is my guest on the art screen today. It is a fantastic simulation that I am interacting with, and I treasure every moment with it. However, I'm not sure if that is the case, but it is my only guess that I can make without losing my mind. Because as far as I am aware, and as far as anyone I have asked is aware, and I've asked some very shady individuals, I have gone deep into the black market for this information. But Terra has long since been destroyed. Several relativistic planet killers have slammed into it, and gigaton atomic weapons were used on its surface. It was utterly annihilated in the last major war in the center of human colonization, when the empires were cracking apart. I don't understand what I am seeing, hearing, and just believing. Oh, hello, Airy Pie. Welcome to the convoy. I'm glad you could join us. We have currently been discussing how to respectfully represent Meat's figure as a Battlemech, while also not downplaying her construction factors, including this one, and I think you understand. Okay, so I believe Amber, I think you mentioned that the head could be an interesting design. So yes, let's stick to one with a smaller neck. Let's have a smaller neck on a design that is more or less, I suppose, fitting to Meat. Let's have smaller horns though. Let's have small little horns. So this is a perfectly acceptable thing to have a scary face on a mech. Let me pull up some examples of mechs with scary faces. It is always possible you have stumbled upon a tachyon transmit point, allowing to reach transmissions to reach the past. If that is the case, we clearly must prepare for imminent conflict. Well, to my knowledge, the first atomic wars before Terran deep spaceflight occurred around the, oh my goodness, will I misremember this? The 23rd century, or was it? Yes, it was the 23rd century. So, since I keep seeing times of something around 2021, then I believe if this is perhaps some kind of odd interaction that the JumpNet is having with, I guess, space and time, then perhaps that is exactly what's going on. Just to clarify, Darth Knight. The JumpNet nodes are essentially micro wormholes that span distances of several light years, and lasers or other transmission media are sent through these micro wormholes. And by this merit, we are able to, not instantaneously, but for all intents and purposes, instantaneously, send information across vast distances, only limited to by the stability of the wormholes. Okay, that may do it. Well, you know, I am willing to buy that theory. I may have to do some kind of tests, because some of the historical events that I know of 20th and 21st century Terra seem to somewhat mismatch with what I've been hearing and seeing in my browsing of the Wikipedia of this particular JumpNet node, of the terminal JumpNet node, of course. So I will have to do some investigation, but thank you for the tip. That is a good point. I have never considered that factor, since there is nothing remotely of that kind of technology where in my part of the sphere of human colonization. Okay, so we have the torso, we have the absolute armor territory, we have the brassiere, the loincloth, the hip weapons. We will not do those in place of mammaries. I think that would be a bit uncouth. So we have, I think we will use a ball socket design for this rather than a mechanical one. I think that, or maybe we will do something a little more mechanical to break up some of this more organic design. But for now, let's do ball joints. And then the claw. So by the design, if we look at the right arm or the left arm, we have the shoulder, upper and lower arm actuators, but we don't have a hand actuator. We just have a claw. And the claw is an indicator that is a far more primitive tool. It cannot do the dexterous manipulations that a Battlemech claw or hand can normally do. So we will have the thumb akin to this or something, and then we will have the long raking fingers of this particular claw. And I don't know, maybe we want to actually have 3 claws. Or maybe we'll add a 4th and simply make them thinner. Wingmates, what do you think? Do you think we should go with 3 claws or 4? How many claws? I kind of like the look of 3. There's something more primal to it. And maybe even this claw needs to go away, or maybe be moved somewhere. 3 does look good indeed, I think. Have you ever played, do you ever play games from this time period? Perhaps you enjoy some of the fictional Star Wars franchise that bear striking resemblance to events from my home. They're quite entertaining. Darth Knight, I have indeed played some of the Star Wars games, most notably Star Wars Empire at War and its expansion pack, the name of which I am blanking on right now. I've also played a bit of the TIE Fighter series, but not much, and along with that, the Star Wars Galactic a bit of Galactic Battlefronts, and the Star Wars Battlefield series. Yes. 3 fits more with the theme. I do think so. So let's go with 3 fingers, or 3 claws. If you wanted a thumb, perhaps have it coming from the palm instead of from the normal thumb spot. Yes, it could be. So if we look head on to the claw, we have the point here. Oh goodness, that looks... don't think about it. And then we have the claw sticking out here from the bottom. Okay, so it's... there we... there we go. No, we will not do that. Forces of Corruption. Thank you, Darth Knight. That is the one I had enjoyed. Okay, so we'll do a pincher claw. So looking at it from the side, it would look something like this. Although much better. Right now I'm simply just sketching out the ideas. So I think, yeah, we have the head. How will we do the cockpit glass? This, I think, cockpit glass is one of the most difficult considerations. So Meat has sort of an interesting shape to her eyes. And I don't know if we wish to replicate that using some kind of bug-like shape. Sort of like this. Have them be bulging cockpit domes. Here we have the little spikes. Here we have the radome tail, representing the ponytail. And then we can have... So I know her teeth point upwards, but we may have to make them point downwards. But we could actually... So maybe the spikes just come straight out. There we go. That's a good compromise, I think. So the spikes go straight out. And for these ears, which are rather long and do jiggle around a bit, maybe we could have some kind of sensor plating here. Some kind of sensor veins coming out of the head. Or maybe we can omit them altogether, because I don't know... You see, the thing is, when I look at Meat's face, my eyes at least the eyes of a neo-human, and one with my particular forms of training. What immediately jumps out to me... Oh yes, the bone, the bone, the bone. We could also include the bone as a crossbar going through this particular sensor. Actually, the bug-looking eyes look cool. Yes, they add an incredible alienness and aggressiveness to them. And we can even add thin little cockpit glass to give it almost an insectoid look. Although maybe we don't want to do that because the insectoid look is not what I think Meat has. She very much looks humanoid, so no insect. No insect. There we go. Kind of a Huey helicopter look in the Battletech tradition of using military hardware piece designs. Yes, if we bring the eyes close together and have them actually connect here, yeah, the Huey has something of like a split dome, and then it has, you know, its skids, it has those little rocket pods, its tail. There we go. Yeah, with a little bit of a split. So maybe the eyes could be brought closer together, made a bit more bulgy. We'll have to play around with that as we do the final design. Okay, so we have the bone. We can put spheres to represent the bone tips. I like that. Hello, that mango. The spikes could come from the upper neck chest as long as they reach the front of the face. That is a very good point. So let's give her a thicker neck. Or actually, since it is a bit insectoid, I think a thinner neck might actually be the right choice in this case. So a head with a neck is what we're picking. And then we could have two spikes coming to vaguely the ears. Allow me to delete the Huey since we got all we need out of the Huey. And delete that. Go back to all, brush. Let's fix up the head a little bit. Here's a little thing. So here we have the neck. And then we can have a spike coming out of here or something like that. Okay, I think that vaguely gives the silhouette. But thank you. That is a great point. Yeah, but in essence, I think one of the critical design issues of Meat's design here is that she has an incredible amount of angular features coupled with this central sphere. And that is almost impossible to get rid of. We cannot do a head in a torso cockpit because we would, if we put the head right here, one, it's in the brassiere, and two, it doesn't have that tall, lording appearance that Meat has. Now, the eyebrows, I think, are unnecessary because I think the bug eyes already add that aggression. I think we don't need the eyebrows, and neither do we need the adorable nose here. But I think the key here is that we have these aggressive triangular shapes, critically in the eyes. Then we have it somewhere for the ears. We have the teeth in some shape or form. So basically the idea is that we have point and line, point and line, point and line. And then as long as those visual features are still present in the design, I think this should be acceptable. And I think what we are missing is spikes for the hair, because this is also very important. Or maybe it's okay. Maybe it is actually okay to change the design a little bit here. So we could add a crown of spikes. I think that looks a little bit cheesy. No, that looks awful. I think that does not look good, at least in my particular rendition. Okay, so I think the cone is representative enough of the general trend of there being a triangular shape. We're simply taking this and boiling it down into its primary visual aspect, which is a triangle pointing downward. Okay, so I think we have the head done. And the last aspect that we have not considered is the meat. So the meat is always with meat. And it has a little bite out of it, but I don't know if we will include that detail. So the mech could have a chunk of meat on its posterior. And that could represent, So because we are doing hip guns, we could actually fuse the meat into the body of the mech, so that we have sort of, behind it, we have the PPC, the particle projector cannons, coming out of the meat itself. And then we could have the little bone bits right here, truncated. So that could be the PPC's, accelerometer of some... No, not accelerometer, goodness me. The accelerator, where the particles are charged up in a loop and then allowed to proceed after they have been spun up out of the beam dump path and to the target. So maybe she has a cyclotron or something mounted in her meat. Maybe some antennas instead of the hair spikes to make it look less cheesy. Let's see here. Okay, that does look a little bit better, but I think one of the critical things about the hair is that because the spikes are going radially, there is an indicator of volume, and you can simplify the perimeter of that particular volume into a circle, basically extend. So three-dimensionally, the hair to me from the top would look something like this, vaguely. Well, maybe not, but that's why I'm turning into a cone. So maybe the antennas would work, but I think that is almost a secondary detail at this point. Is it kind of a rear skirt and gun emplacement all in one? I think that might be a way of incorporating it. Because my other thought for the rear meat that is hanging off of meat is to put the meat. Oh my goodness, there's so much meat that it is losing the meaning of the word meat to me. It's just letters now. Meat, 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 meat. We could put it behind her back, but I think that sort of changes her weight. And to raise a point that meat's weight is down low and suited for stability, I think this would upset the balance of the design because we already do have a representation of some top heaviness in the mammary armor here. So we need to really visually throw the weight of the design down to the hips. As you can see, this is the core of the design's weight. Although there is a secondary node here, followed by two more nodes. This is incredible aesthetics, and I really appreciate it. So we need to respect that. We absolutely must. Oh my goodness, this looks like a madman's scribblings. Let's quickly get rid of that. Although we should actually make it a little bit opaque. Okay, let's move on to the final design. This canvas is inappropriate for what I'm doing. I need to arrange it. Allow me 1 second, please. Edit, canvas, reset, zoom, image. I believe it's an image resize canvas. So I'm actually going to swap the measurements to... Oh, you know what? I shouldn't resize it too aggressively. I'm just going to resize it to 2000 pixels high. We have more than enough RAM available to do this. Okay, let's make sure all of our canvas is selected. Okay. Goodness. Okay, wingmates. I'm going to have a little bit of sip of water. My sim water to engage the injectors within my life support equipment so that my body in stasis is actually nourished correctly. Ah, fantastic. Do you have any commentary on this design? Do you have any ideas that you've been harboring within your hearts, and perhaps you have been too overwhelmed by me rambling on and on, but feel free to throw out any ideas that you may have about this particular design. I would certainly appreciate it. Lurkers are welcome to, break out their one statement per stream and, let me know what they would like to see. Oh, good. I'm glad you're pleased, Meat. Your cave paintings are much better looking than this right now. Alright, so let's go back to the opacity. Okay. The chest, to get rid of the whole boob gun issue, could be a bit more angular, like the tank turret without a gun. Yes, it could be. So let's go back to our sketch layer, and now that our sketch layer is bigger. Let's see, so right now I did this. I expanded the chest in the sense of the mammaries. So I think we can actually make a contractile chest. So while it expands a little bit to give an indication that there is width to this component, it could, this is a top-down view, it could also contract towards the middle. Oh no, that's the same bloody thing. Yeah, we could put a single slice and have from that single angular interaction, sort of like a plow. A snow plow has its hazard stripes and has a little indicator. So sort of like a hazard snowplow, a snowplow front that then goes back a little bit, and then we have a bit more of that. So that would still be widening, but at the same time, let me look at the Gelgoog again. Probably a good reference for a big-breasted mech. Let me just get my visual cortex fired up with that. Gelgoog. There we go. Let's take a look at that. Gelgoog. MS-14 Gelgoog. Yeah, the Gelgook definitely does have have a good design on it. It has a very moderated chest plate. Okay, we'll have to play around with that, I think. So that is in fact what we will start off with. So let's go to our actual layer. Here we go. Let us begin. Excellent. So, let's go with the chest plate. This is going to be the core of our mech design. So yeah, as you can see, our design has completely deviated from the initial inspiration of the Kodiak, because the Kodiak is most certainly a big shouldered mech, and we are not doing that despite being a melee mech. This is more of a lithe hunter rather than a big brawler, simply because we don't have the tonnage to mount a big gun along with the amount of armor, jump jets, and speed that this particular mech has. So it is a brawler, but it is a more finessed brawler. Okay, so let's make sure we draw big, and our head will be roughly here. Let's do a sketch first. So our head will roughly be around here. Something like that. And we will have the ponytail coming out akin to that. Some little horns. Okay, so we have internally X-ray view. We have a neck. Oh my goodness, I'm drawing this way too big. I need to zoom in so that I'm not so tempted. So then we have the neck joins the body. And this is where it gets to be utterly complicated. So Meat's shoulders slope down. And I think that is important to keeping the proportions intact. We have this diamond intersecting with another diamond, and sort of like that. And here is the belly territory. Then we have the arms. Okay. All right, let's see here. So, we have a spike in the chest. Let's just add a spike for now. Just a sketch. So we have our spike to represent the actual necklace tooth here. And this is actually part of the mech. In the center torso, we have a singular set of spikes. Utterly useless in most types of combat, but it's fun to have. All right, so let's go with rounded plates. Let's go with rounded plates. I have been doing far too much angular work, and I think it would be inappropriate in this situation. I think curves are what we need here, other than some of the components. Okay, so here is a representation of the shoulders, and then here we will have a ball mount for the arms. That is, we are intersecting here. The perspective will be a little bit different when we actually do the final product. We may have to expand the canvas, and that is acceptable. So we will need to indicate that there is a forward expansion here. You know what? Let's try a bit of a different approach here. Let's tuck that in to represent the tucking going on here. And this is the thinner waist. Okay, yeah, so we're thinning up the waist. We're expanding the waist back again here. This is getting better. So the waist would be right around here if we do an X-ray. And then, okay, this does not represent the stark contrast enough. So we need to make sure we add more protuberance. We need to kind of pop out a bit more. So there we go. All right. I think if we add an actual line here, not so much a plate line, but a crease line, this will actually be akin to the mammaries. There we go. Okay. There we go. And then we'll have a line up top here, running around the upper part of the torso, with perhaps a small recess to indicate sort of emulate this flesh difference. I'm not sure we will color it flesh tone or anything, but we would like to have a bit of that indicator that Meat is someone wearing a fairly minimal amount of clothing. Okay, so continuing on, we must be incredibly aware that Meat's belly does not have a portion where it is purely ovoid. Here it is always conical. The cross section is always going to be a conical section, but it is an hourglass to the fullest effect. So let's continue this visual aid So now that we are onto this section, we'll have a bit of that wasp waist effect, and immediately we punch out while keeping the curves. And then we may add a bit of plate here, which, because the visual line of this belly button does indicate, so it's not like a belly button like this. It's not, you know, sticking out or anything like that. So this, I believe, indicates a particular aspect of softness in that there is some tissue that provides a bit of an overlap here. And I think that a vertical line between the plates here would definitely provide a similar aesthetic. We can't really do the belly button because mechs are not born of a womb, or of a gestation vat, which is, by the way, where I was born. But I still had an umbilical cord. I still have a belly button. Do not make me take my uniform off. In fact, I can't. All right, and then... Okay, so now we are hitting a complicated part of the design. So actually, let's make this wider. Wider. This must be wider. This is where we have the unholy fusion of meat's behind and her meat. So we need to figure out how to do this in an aesthetic sense. The meat needs to be sizable enough to indicate that it is part of the mech. Okay, I think that will be acceptable. But we also need to immediately think of the particle projector cannons. So let's make sure we have barrels in place to indicate that the hips are wide. There we go. Construction line with this perspective would be around here, so let's draw that. Now the PPCs will have to be longer, I think. Okay. And then we have the meat is hidden behind there. And then we can have this interesting spheroidal indicator or spheroidal component. It's a fuel port. Imagine. Hello, Rocco. Spacer confirmed for belly button. Belly button what? I'm not sure your implications here. I am examining Meat's belly button for purely artistic and scientific reasons. I mean, this is an important aspect of her design. Because of the sheer minimalism of it, every element has an impact on the human eye. It is very important that we make sure we consider each and every aspect when designing this particular mech. So now we must figure out the skirt. Oh, hello, Egg. Hello. How is the mech? Well, we are doing a pre-production sketch of the the beef bone beef meat, which is a heavy melee mech with jump capability, twin snub-nose particle projector cannons, twin flamers of the ER variety, standing for extended range, and 3 small lasers. Oh yes, the small laser for the head. It should be the mouth of some sort. Or maybe it could be elsewhere. We'll figure it out. Spacer, remember to think with the superior part of your body. Oh yes, my brain. I'm using it quite a bit. I'm very much doing so. Buttons, sir. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. But I mean, I will say that with such a design, you must consider the artistic merits of all components involved. And I say this with a rather significant sobriety. I am far too into this drawing to think of such things. Please do not indicate that I am that I have any ulterior motives here. Okay, so this skirt here has several jaggies. I do not know if we can get away with a singular jaggy that indicates a skirt, sort of like a Xeon mech, that particular one that is submersible, or if we do require the indication of jaggies here. I think we may need them. Yes, I think that adds to the aggressiveness of the design, considering it has a spike sticking out of its chest already. It's a decal. Attenborough, I love that. Anything that isn't going to plan is a decal. That is the proper way to think. All right, we will have to expand the canvas. How many pixels wide is this? I'm going to consume a lot of gigabytes if I have more than a few layers. Okay, let's extend this for the legs. Here we go. Spacer is truly a man of culture, not willing to compromise with the belly button. I am not willing to compromise on anything of this design. I put my heart and soul into these designs because I love me some Battletech and I really enjoy VTubers, so I wish for them to be represented in a proper manner. So I think we're going to stick with the ball joint manner here. Let's actually extend the skirt a little bit. Yes, we must extend the skirt. And then we'll make sure we move the jaggies in the final design. Because the hip joint right here is hidden by the skirt. We want to keep that similar. We do not want to have too much leg coming out. So we will assume that the hip joint is actually hidden by the skirt. So it's right here somewhere. And it's wide apart, indicating that the pelvis is wider than on the typical mechs that I draw where the legs are very close together. Maybe it could be a simple, maybe it could be a giant triangular armor slab with a hinge to counterbalance the back meat. Yes, we could add some hinging. So if we move this out, and then we add a hinge here. Oh goodness, some subconscious part of me started drawing Big Duo or Big O, because Big Duo and Big O from the titular Big Duo animated series has this particular skirt design. So I think, regardless of anything, I shouldn't do that because I'm almost copying it. However, it is a great design, so perhaps I am paying tribute to it with my subconsciousness. So we can work out some hinges here, I think. But if I'm hinging, that means the flap would fall down. Okay, there we go. So the flap is falling down due to gravity. We are hinging it. Let me erase some of the work lines here. Ah, goodness, where is my indicator? Okay, here we go. Let's slice off some of this garbage. That is not what I wish to do. Okay, let's slice off the garbage. Cauterize the wound. And there's still a lot of garbage. Let's just slice off this entire front. And just do it now that we have the idea within our heads. Okay, so we have the indicator here, and then we have the hinge. Perfect. I think that that is a... And we can round off the top skirt a little bit. And then we can have more hinges that represent the jaggies that are on Meat's skirt. That we have this this thigh tie bit here. Oh my goodness, is there? Oh, I did not realize there was nothing there. Oh my goodness. I need to scroll away immediately. This is a viewer-friendly stream. I was thinking more flat, but that works. Yes, we could actually make the skirt simply... You know what? We'll play around with a couple of things here. Okay, so I did not realize that was that way, but you know what? For our purposes, due to the needs of our armor, you know what? We could add damage here once we start doing the damage deculling to represent that the skirt is somewhat separated rather than being a whole piece. Okay, so let's move on to the legs. The legs follow the standard thicker upper leg, and yes, we have these cowlings here. We will replicate them. So we want a bit of a spread apart stance. So let me see. Let me just draw a singular construction line in the center. That might be a bit too wide. Might be a bit too wide. Although, this is a mech after all. We can have it have a little bit of a wider stance. I have a feeling this is technically safe, but quite unsafe so too. Unfortunately, there are certain avatar designs which have implications, and I'm handling them as professionally as I can, but we certainly must be aware that this is something that, you know, grown-ups should discuss. I think that is the case. All right, let's do a conical leg design. All right, let's make sure the legs aren't... Okay, I think that's a nice power stance. There we go. Nice power stance. The leg proportions should not be too long. And since this is a battle mech, we actually don't have to have human leg proportions. We can actually make it a bit stubbier. I think we need to make it a bit stubbier. This is already getting far too tall. There we go. A little bit stubbier. And we have, let's just generally add a leg. It needs to be different in detail. Okay, so, hello. Yeah, yes, ultra fluff stuff. We have Meat here with us, watching me embarrass myself before everyone. I hope I am doing enough of a job respecting your design, Meat. An Obari pose, Attenborough. I'm blanking on the Obari. Could you throw me a few hint words, just to maybe that'll set off my memory. Oh, okay. I'm glad that you're feeling respected. I'm doing my best here. Okay, so I said I would draw feet, and I will draw mech feet to my best of my abilities, because meat is such an interesting design that we'll have to, okay, so let's add the cowling. So the leg cowling, which represents the, gators, leg warmers, whatever you wish to call them. So here we have the armor cowlings that protect the legs of this particular battle mech. Okay, and we of course will draw tiger stripe designs on them when we are done. Oh, let me just get a link. Oh, thank you for the link, Attenborough. That is much appreciated. 1 second, please, wingmates. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh yes, those are very those designs are a little bit above my punching grade, but their joints are inspirational. Excellent, excellent. Okay. So, okay, we have the wide stance. Okay, I think the upper legs are too tall. Look away, everyone. I'm about to engage in some very unpleasant surgery. I'm so sorry, Meat. I'm so sorry, Meat. I'm using anesthesia. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Ah! Oh, why am I doing that? This is only a sketch. This is only a sketch. Just keep saying that to yourself, Spacer. Just keep saying that. This is only a sketch. There we go. Okay. Oh, there we go. The proportions are a little bit better now. I'm so sorry for anyone. Okay, you can open your eyes now, wingmates. You can turn on your visual feeds if you shut off your cameras. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright. I want to say a statement before I do this. I have no interest personally in these components of the human anatomy, but I must do them to honor the design, because I think claws are inappropriate for this. We're gonna do these. We're gonna do these. We're gonna make them. Just for a set, I didn't do clown shoes. Okay. Let's add some shoelaces. Let's add some polka dots. Perfect. Armless, but ready to clown. Almost doesn't look like a mech, lol. Yeah, I think once we get some color on it and we get the head a bit more alien, it may look a little different, but this is definitely, So I will say that there are many different schools of Battletech design, and this is much more in line with the ancient way of making Battlemech art, which has a much more organic and flowing shape, and oftentimes has this wasp waist design. Hello, Picky! Oh goodness, that is a peeking out behind the corner emote. Oh, that is concerning. Oh goodness me, have I been spotted committing acts? Okay, let's bite the bullet. Let's not do clown shoes. I am brave. I am strong. Hello, Picky. Yes, it is great to see you. Oh, hello, Simi. You were hiding too. Okay. I don't know if you just joined, Picky, but this is a Battlemech design of Meat. Here's our friend Meat, and here is the first sketch I am doing of her, although it may end up being final because I am losing my mind. And here is her mech name, the Beef Bone Beef Meat. 75 tons, 4.6 mover, so about 60 kilometers per hour at a top clip. Although it is, okay, this calculated completely wrong. This is wrong. It should be 5.8. I need to report this bug to the Megamek devs. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Battle Meat. Mecha Meat is looking so cool. You've been spotted drawing robot feet. You know what? You know what? Do I have to change the stream title? Do we simply have to announce it to the entire world, wingmates? Do we simply have to broadcast our IFF signal across the entire system, letting everyone know that I, Spacer Haywire, am engaging in something I find challenging? Okay, so let's take a look at the foot. If we're going to do a humanoid foot, but within the confines of Battlemechs, I will actually have to do a side profile here. I'm very bad at feet. So I think we will do a classic ball socket with the classic triangular profile from the side, I think is a classic for a reason. And then we can have a wider foot pad stretching out, and this is front view, this is side view, And top view wise, it would since we have the we're gonna add the toes. We're gonna add the toes. Okay, no. So do a bit of a duck. No. We need to respect the aesthetic. So this side will be flat, representing the inner side of the foot. Oh goodness, I'm being hounded. And of course, one of the moderators of this data stream is part of the opposition. Hello, Alloy channel. Why is feet the first word I hear when you click on this stream, Lamau? Well, I must admit it's because we are drawing feet right now. Robot feet, of course. And then this foot will extend backwards. So this is representing... erase this, this doesn't exist. So we have the flat part. And then we have, I guess, the jut out, but from a different perspective. Okay. Oh, so Meat does... Is this... Meat, do you like being on your tippy toes a little? Because in your animations, it does sometimes feel like you are very ethereal. You're almost always bouncing as if you're bobbing and weaving. And I can't... So is your foot flat, or are you on your tippy toes? Because the motion, I think, is for pouncing. Okay. So since we are pouncing, I think we need to make sure that this foot isn't this flat-footed atrocity, but has a bit of an angle to it. So we need to add. So here's our Battlemech toe, and then in fact we may need to add some actuators. So we may need to add a joint here to represent that in her predatory nature as a hunter. She has these like pouncing oriented feet, but we can still keep this particular angling design from the top down. But then we have this inner joint right here for the pounce. Let me add the toes. Please look away. So the toes will be claw-like to represent the predatory nature. And since we added 3 claws, I think we will also add three toes. There we go. I think that is acceptable. And then the toes will be something like this. There we go. With the pounce hinge here. Let me have those toes, says Meat's Cave. Spikes for that extra impact on kick. Yes, we can say that while it's not a talon, which is an official piece of clan tech equipment, it is gonna be just thematically appropriate, I think. You do what you can. Yes, indeed, Meat. Maybe some, yes, feet spikes. They're very much. Thinking about those toes, says Picky. I am sorry that I'm announcing any chatters' names, but I am currently protecting myself by making sure that it is not me who is saying this. It is me simply reading a quote. Understand, please. These are desperate and dark times for me. Okay, let's begin with the feet. All right, so we have our socket. We have our descent here. So let's see what proportion of foot we approximately need. We probably want something not too big. So let's grab our reference material and move it away a little bit, or actually even shrink it. We will not be using it for long anyways. Okay, let's put it off to the side here. Perfect. Go back to the brush, select all. Here we go. Let's do this. Okay. These are indeed strictly professional feet, Meat. Not wanting any feet-related comments to be taken out of context. I see, says Alaric. Yes, indeed. Totally nothing to clip here, says Ultra Fluff Stuff. Yes. And if you have a particularly lewd or lascivious, am I saying that right? Name as your chat name. You feel free to say something related, and I will have to say your name out loud in order to protect myself. So this is a golden opportunity for you. Okay, I think that foot proportion is decent. We may play around with it a little bit. Okay, so here will be the claws. Hello, Niwatori TV. I am not being lewd. I am being a professional who is designing a Battlemech that, unfortunately, one of the components of a Battlemech is its feet. And every single time I wish to talk about them, simply because I must, the feet get in the way. Oh, right, we have a pounce foot here, so it's almost digigrade. Okay, I don't like that. I will have to resketch it, I think. Let's take a look at the proportions. Size-wise, it might be a bit small. It might need to be bigger. Let's add an arm before I make that judgment. See how it looks with an arm. Okay, and then we have the arm extending this way. We'll change the pose. And then we have the claw coming out here, so the triple claw. Yeah, you know, I think the foot is of a fine size. This is a fast pouncer. It doesn't have the big clodhopper assault neck feet. Oh, Attenborough says, wait. To make sure it looks even less human, we could make the toes more like those warhammers with spiked heads. Yes, that could work. Very, very, very pointy toes. Niwatori says, looking respectfully at feet. Indeed we are. We are professionally doing this. Golden opportunity for the account I love Spacer Haywire love feet to come out of the shadows, says Alaric Channel. And Niwa with the smug. Niwa, I do like how the feet look now. Oh yes, in quotes, says Miwa. Okay, so let's duplicate the foot. Let's try a better one. We may actually. Okay, so here we have the pounce component. So let's add this bit of trapezoidalness to it. The sketch is a little rough. Let's add the hinge mechanism for the pounce. Here we have the flat side of the foot. And then the foot ends here. We may need to bend them when we do the pose properly. Okay, here we need to add the toes. I don't know if the halberd spikes would be appropriate here. That foot doesn't look good. We'll need to make it a little bit bigger, at least for this sketch. Okay, give that an expansion. Okay, I think that's... Well, this foot now needs to be bigger because if we're doing perspective, this foot is a little bit bigger since it is closer to the viewer. Good enough. There we go. Let's take a look how that looks. Okay, you know what? I think that looks decent. Wait, no, this one sucks. I will mull it over once I get home, says Niwatori. I'm not gonna read that one, Niwa. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. By the way, do space operators need training to keep their libido in check, or receive any kind of supplement for that? Oh, Ultra's fluff stuff, going for the risque questions. Well, I will answer that as honestly as I can. Being inside of a tank means that physiologically your body is in a particular metabolic state. In fact, I have a particular gene mod that puts me in a sort of mild stasis, while simultaneously also still allowing me to activate at a given moment's notice. So the physical side effects of that do not bother me as an individual. And as to the mental aspects, it is very common for anyone going long terms without, I suppose, that sort of contact, if they have not had a neural edit to remove that particular necessity. They will often run some kind of... Well, anyone hibernating does not have that issue. Let me clear some of this up. But in general, let me just say that I do not have an issue with that, simply because I am very busy with my particulars, with my job, and with everything. Here we go. Let's move Meat here, and then move our little friend, Kodiak Meat, to a safer location. There we go. Hello, Lamau. What if someone injected horny juice into your fluids? Meat's Cave, is there a particular juice that your people enjoy that is perhaps ground horn or something? I mean, I can understand that being a calcium supplement, but I'm not quite certain what that would do other than pollute my filters and force me to go into a refit cycle sooner than later, unfortunately. Okay, let's make these. Let's give this a power stance. Oh no, let's make the claws rar. Yes, rar claws. So foreshortening the arm, and then we have a bit of rar. Yes, we have a bit of a rar claw. Roughly like that, and this one would also be facing up, but also facing away from the viewer. Yes, something like that. Oh goodness, this chat is moving rather quickly. Apologies, wingmates. I feel a little bit uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Miwa. I'm sorry. Did you know that the name in Spanish is Separador Cables Locos? Literal translation. Oh goodness me. Horny is eliminated from the future. And yes, Aloy's channel, I am also asking the question of what that particular juice is. But if you are referring to the state that a human being enters when they are feeling their reproductive system in a non-standard state. Different cultures in the different parts of the sphere of human colonization have different attitudes toward this. Cauldron-born generally do not have much of an interest in that, because they are flash clones, essentially. They are programmed from birth, and it's almost mechanical. Anyone who is a neo-human will generally have those needs, perhaps. And there are cultures that revel in that sort of thing. And with the genetic and cybernetic augmentations that exist, you can let your deductive capabilities continue this discussion. I am anemic. I could use some. Yes, calcium supplements, Miwa, of course. Calcium and iron supplements. Computer, activate my suppressors. Yes, indeed. Operators don't do drugs. Yeah, it's, the only drugs you do are combat drugs, oftentimes. Everyone keeps around a several doses of combat drugs, because sometimes you need the raw focus that one of those injections will do. Meat's Cave. I should have brought enough horn juice for everyone. Oh, good. I'm glad. I would be interested in sampling this local delicacy of your people. Although I will exchange resources for you. If it is a rare treat, I absolutely understand the value of horn juice. But I see, you keep yourself in check then, Spacer. It is... I prefer to stay professional. I think that a pilot must be aware of their cognitive state at all times, because when you are burning hard G's, you need to be aware of what's going on with yourself, your body, and your vessel. You need to be attuned with it. And it's okay, Niwa, you are forgiven. Adrenaline is absolutely not outlawed. If anything, I have adrenaline stimulators as implants, straight up attached to my adrenal glands. Adrenaline is the difference between life and death in certain piloting situations or in certain tactical maneuvers. AU wishes to sample meat's horn juice. I heard some species getting high off of it. Well, I'm sure that in some governments it is outlawed, but at least in the Far Suns Coalition, you are more than able to obtain an adrenaline amplification module, and also just raw adrenaline itself. So we're gonna use our pixel brush as an eraser to clean some of this up. All right, let's clean up the arms, and then we will finalize this sketch. Although since this has been quite a long drawing session, I think I may just kind of clean up the sketch and then color it in and call it good. I don't wish to take up anyone's time a bit too much, but also I do have a limit on my endurance capabilities, and I do not wish to activate my stimulator chemicals. Those have some particularly nasty side effects, not including and not limited to organ failure. I am inspired to draw something right now. Oh goodness, Miwa, your use of quotations around something leads me to believe that there may be something scandalous. But I fully respect that. I appreciate artistic talent in whatever form it may take. It is simply that I am currently not engaged in it, especially considering the terms of service of this particular data stream website. Niwa, you must head home. Well, drive safe, please. I know how treacherous the historical Terran roads could be. And thank you for joining the convoy for as long as you could. Don't worry, you'll see it. Oh, goodness. And we have a knife emoji coming out. Oh, I am concerned. Okay, so meat's claws are curled. Curled claws. Meat's curled claws curtly... I'm trying to make this... Oh, you'll be back soon enough. That's good to hear, Miwa. But either way, drive safe. Drive safe. That is still important. Meat's curled claws, curtly curtailed the... no, I can't make a nursery rhyme out of that. Curled claws, curtly cut. Oh, that is fantastic. Curled claws, curtly cut. 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 Curled claws... And we failed there. I will need a drink of sim water. Excuse me 1 second, please, and I will do a bit of a stretching break. Hydration. Excellent. Fantastic. And I will now stretch my body in the sim. Excellent. Fantastic. And there we go. It sounded like you activated a voice-to-speech. I may have, Miwa. You do not know what I'm doing behind the scenes. And while I am not a magician, I will not reveal that secret. So we will have some curled claws, curtly crushing cantankerous clanners. That's what we'll have. We'll have the claws curled curtly here. There we go. We have a spiky claw curling over. Curling over, curling over. There we go. Now let's go with the next claw. It is very close by. It is curling over. No, that's looking like hot garbage. Let's see here. Let's curl that over. No, okay, it's looking better. I just had a moment of self-doubt. Rawr, rawr. Use the noises. Bob Ross, rest his soul. Bless that man. Always said, when you add a noise, it makes it easier to draw. And I most certainly agree. So here I will go. Rawr. Rawr. I am cave woman, and I roar. There we go. Okay, I'm feeling that. I may need to expand this and make it a little bit bigger. Rawr, rawr. Okay, here we go. I think Spicer broke there for a moment. I may have broken a little bit. You love the pose. Wonderful, wonderful. Spacer Moe. Oh goodness. I am so sorry. I did not mean to engage in Moe. Oh my. Oh my. Now that is punishable in certain jurisdictions. Okay, and these claws curl this way too. Meat's claws curl curtly towards the clanners in their general vicinity, letting them know that their doom is upon them. There we go. Let's add a little bit of sound for that pizzazz. Rawr. Okay, excellent, excellent. There we go. All right, yeah, I'm definitely running low on energy, but I am still absolutely excited to finish this. All right, and let's make this thumb claw extend out, but also angle up a little bit. Oh, goodness, these joints are always so difficult for me. I will have to refine them, and right now I'm simply relying on the eye's ability to fill in details in order to make up for my inability to get the claw working correctly. Okay, I think that looks absolutely... That is what I wanted. That is what I wanted, though. Spacer is our Genki Acceleration Gel idol. Aw, thank you. I am not very capable of singing, so perhaps I cannot be your traditional idol. Maybe I could hum along to songs and do my best with that. But perhaps we will have a sing-along stream at some point. Simply because many of the songs that I like to sing to myself are... it's difficult to find instrumentals for them. Spacer Sinistar. I am Sinistar. I hunger. Beware. Run, coward, run. Roar! Ha 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 ha. Run, coward, run. Oh, Sinistar was such a hard game. I can see why it was an arcade favorite, that quarter-eating monstrosity. Oh, and we'll add a bit of lump here to have the shoulders join correctly. There we go, there we go. And now we can start working on the head details. I think we vaguely have this sketched out. I like this. I am liking this. I think this is actually pretty meaty. Okay, okay. Getting into meat mentality, I didn't know you were into role-playing a character so much. I do enjoy playing role-playing games, be they electronic or pen and paper. I have had very few of my comrades join me in the ones where I use physical media in order to play with characters, but I definitely absolutely enjoy games. I also have at one point played a bit of a Fallout pen and paper game, although that ended up becoming a homebrew at a certain point. But it is one of my many interests. Spacer, do you ever drink future alcohol? I have consumed alcohol, but due to the effects it has on my metabolism, I tend not to do it at all when I am ready to return to tank suspension, which means that because my job involves so much tank suspension, in fact, in the longest time, in several weeks, I have not left my tank, I tend not to drink it. But that is I used to drink it in the past, especially when when I did not have to be in a tank. Let's take a look at our reference. So bug eyes, here we go. Bug eyes, big aggressive bug eyes bulging out to the side here. There we go. And then we have to indicate that this bulges out. There we go, like that. Okay, and we'll have to erase this because right now it's looking like there's a mouth. It looks like an anime mouth right now with a little uvula and a... I'm angry. It looks like Invader Zim from the popular 21st century television animation. Okay, let's see here. But out of the favorite alcohols that I used to consume, I would say that straight vodka would have been my favorite. That would have been that. Or any sort of other grain alcohol. I enjoyed the destructive power of that. Also, it felt very honest to drink grain alcohols. Well, I'm glad it's looking good. Thank you, Meat. Not with this attitude. Try your best. Not all idols have to sing. Hell yeah, sing, Spacer. Tabletop sounds like fun. Indeed, it is quite fun. Nice. Which brand, though? Well, the stuff that I had was brandless, simply because vodka is not very popular in the Far Suns Coalition, so I simply had the my local Universal Fabricator construct me some. It was pretty acceptable, very high purity. In terms of filtration, it would have been incredibly pure, simply because the Universal Fabricators can assemble atom by atom. It is incredibly expensive to request anything built with a Universal Fabricator, and it's something you use very rarely, but I wanted to taste the purity of synthesized grain alcohol. You could call it moonshine, I suppose, in the parlance that it was not regulated by any particular governing agency, but then again, in the Far Suns Coalition, there is a very laissez-faire attitude to many kinds of regulations, whereas in other places, chemical substances, anything that can affect a neo-human's neural system, are very heavily regulated. It varies just as much as it varies in 20th and 21st century Terra. I mean, especially 19th century Terra, where opioids were available over the counter. And in regards to singing, I'm sure I will sing at some point, just when I'm a little more prepared and I have perhaps practiced a little bit. Gonna pour a bunch of vodka into your tank. Well, the filters would detect that, and they would probably begin diluting my solution with more of the premix that I have for my acceleration gel. So it wouldn't have too much effect, but I appreciate the sentiment, Picky. Thank you for wanting me to be a happy-go-lucky fella. Party tank, oh my goodness. Yes, it certainly would be the party tank. Throw in a few light sticks, and that would be quite the event. It's usually much more potent than what you buy at the store. Indeed it is, Miwa. Indeed it is. Because stores simply do not sell that. The most popular alcoholic beverage in the Far Suns Coalition, oddly enough, is beer. Although some of it is very high proof, artificially so. I am not sure where that trend came from, but I think during the last war, during their downtime, sailors had very little access to any kind of, I suppose, entertainment due to interdiction on the jump net. There was essentially a communications embargo. I think this cone needs to be a little bit wider, so I'm going to expand the canvas and make the cone a bit wider. All right, let me expand canvas. There we go. There we are. How many pixels wide am I? Oh my goodness, I'm 2,576 pixels tall now. Oh no, wide. And I am 4,244 tall. Goodness me. I have really pushed my... I'm glad this does not have many layers. I would be using 12 gigabytes of RAM shortly. All right, let's keep going here. I just want to party with Spacer. Well, Picky, we can party in many ways. Picky, have you ever gone into a mindscape? I know that you implied that vodka is one of the ways that you party, but have you ever gone into a simulation where all of your senses are both not only stimulated, but synestized, cross-linked together, and gone into such a state with others, and had your mind cross-linked with them? That, I will say, is an experience that makes many kinds of alcohol pale in comparison. I won't go into the details because it can get a little bit interesting. I haven't done that in quite some time. It's something I did in my rambunctious youth, but these Mindscape sessions are definitely something else. I have vodka, but Superior recommended to me imported space whiskey to avoid the effects of the hangover. You know, I think a hangover is probably more dependent on your drinking and your preparation rather than the nature of the alcohol. Someone may be trying to sell you a more expensive thing than you need. So go with your gut, of course, but go for the taste, if anything. If the imported space whiskey actually has good taste, then try it. Making Spacer's acceleration gel into Jello shorts. Oh my god. You can wear the shorts if he wants, though, I guess. Oh my goodness. Oh, I have some concerns over the implications of all of that. Let's add the horns here. Let's add the horns, and this one is facing the viewer, so it's a little bit foreshortened. That is a bit of a awful foreshortening, but it'll pass. There we go. Cool, cool. You're onto something, indeed. New Age hippies teen Spacer. At least in my understanding of New Age, I was not New Age. I was simply, what's the term? Stupid. I was quite a silly lad, thinking that just because he managed to get decent scores at the various academies, that he knew how to do something, that he was hot fecal matter, and that is unacceptable. I am glad that Spacer has matured a little bit. No, I'm actually interested in the details. If possible, dedicate a whole transmission to it. Oh, onto the types of alcohol available in the different parts of the sphere of human colonization. You know, that might be an interesting thing. I will have to do some research before that. But thank you for that idea, Ultra Fluff stuff. And burrow jorts. Oh, jeans. That's jeans are fun. I will say this, the use of denim has survived in many parts of the human sphere onto this day. So you will find societies in the 5th millennium that still wear denim, because denim is fantastic. Although, it is oftentimes more of a fashion statement than a practical thing, because some of these synthetics we have are far superior to it mechanically. Add the horns, eh? Oh yes, I added the horns. Or is this a statement about the term horn? Okay, now we need to add the ears, and as a wingmate said, we could actually add the ears here as long as they point in a proper way. Okay, there we go. We have added something akin to the ears to give that silhouette the proper look. There we go. Oh, I am liking this. This looks a little more bug-like, but it looks very aggressive. Levi's are Wranglers. We do not really care so much about the brand. There are many other brands that you would not recognize. The name Levi and Wrangler do have some historical connotation to aficionados of simulated vintage denim. However, they mean nothing to anyone who actually cares about the practicality of the particular clothing that they are wearing. And unfortunately, anyone who lives in a colony with no terraforming and only atmospheric domes, and also spends a lot of time outside of the domes, will usually end up, what's the term? Usually end up wearing much more practical clothes. So fashion is something that is almost an exclusive, I suppose, function of living in a terraformed world. Because then you can afford to think about that particular aspect of your appearance. Hello, Yukis. It's going pretty well. We are approaching completion of what was once our sketch, now our final draft of the Meat Battlemech. Here is how she looks, and here is her Battlemech, and I will color this. Hell or Water High. Some sort of weird madness. You feel like a warbug. Yes, you are a warbug. Now, is there a way that we can add irises? Would irises help in any way? Okay, that only looks goofier. We could add a form of iris. We can. Maybe with something like this. An indicator of a crossplane. Oh my goodness, that looks silly. I don't know how that looks. I don't know how that looks. Oh my. Oh my. Let me try some other variants to give some pupils to this. How can we humanize this? I don't think we can effectively, unfortunately. Kind of looks like a Wolverine after a vertical stretch. A little bit, yeah, yeah. There's definitely, I think, subconscious aspects of that. Practical over fashion. I could dig it. Yeah, Headless. Sometimes, unfortunately, the practicalities of our life in a hostile environment must take over. That is absolutely the truth. Looks good. Not awful. Okay, well, let's see here. So let's pretend we have a secondary window inset here. And then we have some painting that goes to this secondary inset. Some Battlemech windows are like this. I don't know how that looks, but let me try it here. So let's indicate that there's a flat spot here. We need to make that bigger. So let's erase here. Apologies for how long this is taking, but Meat's design has some very interesting details, and because her visual look is so intense, I think I've ended up going a little bit overboard with some of the emulation and some of the critical thinking that is involved in this. But you know what? I'm enjoying it, so I hope that you are too, Wingmates. There we go. I don't know if that painting looks better. How about that, Wingmates? How about that? I don't think it will never not look insectoid, but I was at least trying to add something akin to pupils while also maintaining that that sort of a little derpy, yes. But Battlemechs are derpy. If I could bring I should probably not bring up an example right now, but a lot of the early Battlemechs were very derpy. And that is sort of in their flavor. Oonga boonga, says Picky. Oh, Meat likes it. Okay. Well, since our patroness is the one to whose opinion I value with a significant boost, simply due to the fact that it is her character after all, I think I will respect that and make it a little bit bigger because I think it was slightly undersized. Let's add a little more curve to that. Okay, there we go. There we go. Mech design cannot be rushed indeed. Really good if you made a mech render of Meat. I would have to improve my skills significantly in Blender before I could do this. Perhaps Melchior can take on this task, since Melchior is handling it. Oh, for whatever reason, my brain is reminded. Let me plug Meat's channel here. Subject, there we go. There we go. There is Meat's Twitter and Meat's YouTube channel. And here, for anyone interested in, this mech is part of Project Avatar. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Proj Avatar. And, no. I spelled that wrong. Porjava. Oh, what did I do? Oh, there it goes. Streamlabs simply had a moment. But yes, those are links for VTubers and for viewers who would like to have their design or have their ideas turned into a mech. And this is apparently going to be a very long-term project because it's simply taking forever. So I may actually break it down into smaller parts, especially if there's a lot of mechs. But I really appreciate any contributions to that particular page because I really like doing this. This is one of my favorite things to stream, simply because it allows me to have a creative outfit while also sticking to rules. And I think that allows for an interesting sort of brain development. I really enjoy the concept of engineering where you engage certain limitations, and I think that breeds a creative spirit. And I think that is one of the things I definitely feel very hard. Okay, let's clean up the sketch and make sure that we can do a bit of color. Let's clean up the skirt, get rid of those harsh lines that we had from the initial deletion, clean up our PPC barrels. Now, I did actually forget to mount the flamers and the small lasers, so we will have to do that shortly. We're actually going to have to add a mouth, since one of the lasers is in the head. of this particular Battlemech. Okay, so let's add a little mouth. So our choices for a mouth are either here. Oh, no, that looks... No, it's got to be here. Okay, so there is our laser port. It's a little bit of a proboscis, but what can you do? So there is our laser port. Kind of hidden behind one of the fangs. It looks silly, but Battlemechs are silly. Very silly. Alright, here, let's add the PPC. Let's add an indicator for the small laser. So there it goes. It enters the cyclotron, or the PPC. And we'll have a second accompanying it. There we go. Cleaning it up, cleaning it up. Oh, hello, Corpse. Welcome to the convoy. Oh, you enjoy these streams quite a bit. Well, there certainly will be more of them. Quite a few VTubers have contributed to the thread, you included, and I really look forward to getting all of them done eventually, or just as an ongoing project. And I don't know if any of the actual Battletech community finds this appealing, but you know what? I don't care. I am doing this out of the love in my heart for this game, and because I care about the community and I want to see it thrive. And sometimes I also just want to spread the fun of this particular game to those around me. And I think this is a decent way to do it. I'm going to clean up these spikes. I think they need to be redone. Okay, there we go, there we go. Here we go. And we'll need to add the flamers. I think you know what? The flamers can be on the outside of the meat. Perfect. They can be like little infantry defense flamers. I'm liking the feeling of that. Okay, here we go. Meatbot Pog face, indeed. She kind of has a mustache. Well, I guess you can kind of see it that way, but the fangs are trying to stick out. But I can see the visual blur here. I may need to adjust it. I may need to adjust it a little bit. What about a laser on her belly button? Well, let me look at the critical slots I have, because I can change the design after we're done here. So I do actually have a spot in one of the arms to mount the small laser, but I don't want to do that. I could move the spike to the head, but that wouldn't work, and the supercharger has to stay here. Oh, no, actually, I can move the supercharger to one of the torsos and move the laser to the belly button, as opposed to the head. That is... Okay, wingmates, what do you think? Should we have a belly button laser, or should we have a head-mounted laser? Because those are both possibilities. I would just need to shuffle around some parts after I'm done here. So in the meantime, I will... For now, I'm going to keep the mouth laser, for now. You will let the crowd choose meat. Yes. Belly button laser seems kind of weird. Ooh, that's let's see. I like the mouth laser more than the belly button laser. Okay, button, sir. Mouth. Okay. And just because someone is saying something that doesn't match your opinion, please feel free to counteract them. I know it is difficult to go against the crowd, but I will listen to all opinions, especially if you have reasoning behind why you think that a particular design is better. I really respect that kind of thing. Okay, we're building the little flamers. Let's give them gimbals, so they have indication that they can rotate and do infantry clearing operations. And we'll need the second flamer here. All right, let's make sure we have that flamer as the meat bone. Here we have another gimbal. Oh goodness, the perspective is off there. Mouth. Back home. Oh, well, welcome back, Niwa. I think the button laser would be more authentic and fun in a way, unexpected. Okay, well, let me draw one right now. Okay, so here's the skirt. So the belly button level, so this is the bottom of the mammaries, so it would be right around here somewhere. Okay, all right, wingmates, how does that look to you? I would also have to beef up these small lasers. Because the proof is in the pudding, and we have done the pudding, and this is... Lasers are a little hard to draw without color. Button laser. I'm gonna leave it there for now. True, maybe the enemy would think it's a decal, and then, oh god, it's another laser! Well then if we remove the mouth laser, we wouldn't have that. You know what, I'll let it ferment. I'll let it digest a little bit right here. So allow me to clean up this second flamethrower. Oh, and the flamethrowers in Battletech actually use reactor plasma channeled through magnetic confinement. So these aren't your grandma's flamethrowers, kids. These are very high temperature and very terrifying war crime devices. Now, while the flamer technically does not need vent holes because it is not a combustion weapon, I think to the audience that indicates that it is a flamethrower much more than it would without that. So we're gonna actually extend the barrel a bit because I made that one very big, and we're gonna clean this up, clean this up, clean this up, clean up some lines. This is a wreck right here. Let's clean up these lines, clean up the lines. Although too clean is also not my style. I have a pretty messy sketch style, especially considering the difficulty of designing a Battlemech under pressure and with a limited time. Okay, and considering I'm doing the work that normally would take quite a bit of time. Okay, here we go. Here's our flamethrower. Let's see here. Like, imagine a battle armor trying to climb the chest and getting absolutely melted. Ah, yes, that would be interesting. That's one way of making a belly button laser more, I guess, more appealing. Although, you know, the more I look at this, so if I'm gonna do a belly button laser, I don't think this is the right way to do it because of the wonderful things he does. This right here, look at it. It clearly has an indication of this horizontal squish, and I cannot go against it. Now, what I can do is maybe make this. Okay, let me try something here. We must consider all options. All options must be considered before they are simply thrown in the dustbin of bad ideas. And yes, I think the mouth laser is still an important representation of the singing ability. For some reason, the muzzle reminded me of wanting to go shooting tomorrow. Thanks. Oh, good. I hope you have an excellent time with some of that. I personally enjoy combustion arms myself quite a bit. Let's see here. Although I have not had a recent opportunity to engage in that. So one thing we can do to, and this is a very modern Battletech styling, is we can have essentially a indented cover that is a bit flatter and indicates that there is a laser underneath it. Or maybe even have the lid popped open with the laser underneath it. Because then at least you have this horizontal line drawing your eye across. Although I think, no, in hindsight that does not look as good as I would like it to. Your stream is too fun though. Might oversleep. Oh, no, Miwa, if you want to do something, please get yourself some rest. I have taken an exorbitant amount of time to do this, but I'm hell-bent on finishing it. I'm very much enjoying this. Kind of looks like an X-shaped laser. Yeah, the lid is not obvious until it's colored, unfortunately. VTubers who rest. Very suspicious indeed. Sus. Amogus are VTubers who sleep, and I find that very concerning. I'm kidding. Please do not take that seriously. It is a joke in jest. Yes. Okay, you know what? We tried, but I do think that the horizontal line here fits in more with the way Meat's belly works. I really do think that it would be inappropriate to really mount. There's a reason I'm up. Oh, goodness. Okay. Alright, here we go. Let's clear up this. We're gonna need to redraw that. Let's clear up some of the brassiere here. Okay, let's clean some lines. The top is looking better. This is a little bit too scuffy. Let's clear up some of these insides. Make sure the claw is actually correctly layered, even though I'm literally drawing with one layer, because this was supposed to be a sketch. Let's clear up some of the layering here. Clear that up. Clear the layering. Clear layering. Okay, there's no artifacts. Clear that up. This was interrupting me. Okay, there we go. We'll need to clean those lines up. Clear. Excellent. Moving on. It won't be a joke if I clip that part out of it. JK, I usually don't clip stuff. Well, perhaps your nature is giving me the leeway I needed to rescind my joke, if it was a joke. Okay, here we go. Let's see here, cleaning that up. Okay, looking good. Let's get some of these indicator lines a little more removed. No, that leg is too thin. We're gonna need to make that leg thicker. This is a mess here. We need to work on the gimbal. Okay, the feet are a mess. The legs and feet are a mess. So before we do that, let's go back up to the top and let us complete the sketchification of this. Color will fix everything. My mistakes in line art will be corrected by the oh goodness, what is the term for historical, I suppose, forgiveness is granted by a church that you would pay money for. Indulgences. Color will be my indulgence. Color will be my indulgence. Oh, hello, Pig. Welcome back. Welcome back. Only clip up the spacer going full genocide. Yes, yes. Cool bug-looking mech. Is this Overmouse? I don't know about Overmouse, but this is meat. This is meat, and this is the beef bone, beef meat in Elite Speak designation here. And we are almost wrapped up with the sketch, and I will give it a quick color, and then we will be complete with meat. Complete with meat. Complete with meat. Hello, viewers. Today's stream is sponsored by meat, the fantastic astronomic treat. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that announcer came out of me from nowhere. Sorry, I meant, oh, is this drawing with a mouse? No, this is with a simulation of a fairly cheap tablet from the Huion brand. I am using the proprietary drivers, although I would have preferred to use open source. However, open source drivers, unfortunately, on this situation, for some reason, did not support the ability to control pressure, which is very important for the particular brush that I'm using, which is the pixel brush with pressure support. Okay, here we go. A little sketchy-roo. Okay, I don't know if I want lines here. I think this needs to be clean. I don't want to show any plating. I like the cleanliness of this design. Although we can add little bands here. Alright, let's clean up the PPC. So the PPC has a very tiny borehole. The rest of it is cooling jacket. There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's add a little indicator that this... no, I do not like that. Let's add a bit of indicator here. Maybe... whatever, I'll leave it. That looks fine. This horn looks offset. I'm gonna move it. Hello, Melchior. Complete meat pog. What links do you have to go to get back... to what links do you have to go to in order to get a good steak, Spacer? So there are multiple ways to find cattle in the Far Suns Coalition and in other nearby places. Terraformed worlds will often have a herd of their own. They are rather expensive, but very worthwhile. And I do tend to select the ones that are raised well, because a happy cow is a tasty cow, and I would also like to see them live their best life before we share in the communion of the inevitable spiral of life and death. Let's see here. There are also space stations, typically ones with artificial gravity, which are completely dedicated to agricultural needs, and animal husbandry is one part of that. There are ways of synthesizing nutrition. However, in many places, the sheer tradition of humans interacting with animal husbandry has kept it alive. And my exposure to that culture has meant that, regardless of the views of many other cultures on that particular aspect, which I will respect, I do participate in that, and I cannot deny it. But most of the time I do consume manufactured nutrient slurry simply because I am in my spacecraft. But it is not too difficult to go to get a steak, simply because it is almost more of a hobby thing to raise cattle, and people are willing to do it. Okay, here we have a ball joint. We'll add a... Okay, so here we need to figure out the legs. Spacer Pitmaster. Yes, barbecue can be very interesting. Although I do prefer sort of a purity of essence when I'm eating steak, especially if it's the first one when I'm back. In essence, I wish to respect the creature that gave me its flesh, and in that sense, I will eat a steak without anything but salt. And I definitely enjoy that, at least as a first steak. Okay, here we go. Taking care of animals, Ira, for consumption. Oh, hello, Ira. I'm sorry, Ira, but I am not going to hide the truth from you. There is animal husbandry in the Far Suns Coalition. And I wish, for the sake of your people, I could say otherwise. But I will say this, we do not consume sentient species. There have been attempts to give animals a form of sentience, or what we would consider, you know, animals in the classical sense. And any of them that have had that done to them, and this is a rare thing that happens, but those have been granted full rights under the charters of their respective governments. However, there are, of course, totalitarian governments where this is not the case, but unfortunately evil exists in all parts of the universe. So, I will not lie to you, but yes, that is the reality. I cannot say psych. Do I enjoy lamb chops? Oh, Niwa, why must you say such things? This is a delicate position you have placed me under. Ancient traditions carried over into the depths of space. Hanging on to humanity was one of the most powerful ways the earliest colonists were able to keep themselves sane. One of the things is when you are on a generational ship, or even on a cold sleeper ship, is that your stories of your culture's past absolutely empower you. And that was very important to those settling the voids. And I can't judge them for that. I have not had to be a colonist traveling on a generation ship, or even an FTL vessel in suspension, but still, losing everything and leaving behind what you grew up in, it's hard to imagine. Prime cattle, delish. Oh goodness, oh goodness. Definitely looks like hunchback legs. Yeah, we're going for a bit of the hunchy legs. I think it's hard to make every mech unique simply because it is one of those things where your mind will subconsciously borrow design elements from things you like and your particular style. Although if you want to get aggressive, some of the early mechs and some of the modern mechs, they have some sameness to them. And that could be a legitimate criticism of Battletech mech design, but there is a reason why designers do their best to make them all look a bit different. All right, let's continue with the erasing here. Let's make sure these toes are separated. Back to the toes, of course. You know, we have to issue them, do them correctly here. All right, here we are. Here we are. Fix the toe. Make it a little pointier. Go back. Clean up the line. Okay, our line work is almost complete. I think. Oh goodness, the crop work here will need to be a little bit aggressive. Okay, let's see. What other details would I wish to add to this? Oh dear God, guys, think of the fan art. Honestly, not gonna lie, I could go for some brisket slot and korma right now. I want to draw Spacial as a rancher right now. Well, you're free to do that, both the steak and the rancher thing. I would certainly appreciate that. To be honest, I have had thoughts in my past of dropping all of it. This was between my time after I was a programmer for ORAC, working for their rather unethical department, and between the time when I decided to attend independent spaceship operator certification classes, which led to my eventual career as a courier. I did consider working with animals, simply because there is a spiritual connection that I cannot describe, and to an animal that you have to respect, that you know that you will be likely for consumption. And I cannot deny that part of my nature, but I want to give those creatures the respect they deserve, and part of me wanted to give them that respect. And I don't know how else to put it, but other than spiritual. And being out in the void for a long time makes you think about questions of what your place is in the universe. And sometimes the only place you want to be is in a terraformed world with the grass and the suns shining down upon you, and breathing in actual oxygen without ventilators pushing fluid into your lungs. Sometimes you start thinking about that real hard, let me tell you. You start thinking about your decisions. You start thinking about the part of your skull you lost. You start thinking about the tubes running through your body. You think about it a lot. So, in short, consider what your career is. Nothing like wild-caught meat that lets live its life as it should. Yes, I do have that opinion, Miwa. I think that as happy and natural of a life as can be is the best treatment we can give creatures that were once humanity's historical domesticated stock or prey. I think every consideration should be given, even if the inevitable cycle of life and death catches up. And I apologize for the heavy stuff, but it was brought up, and I do wish to state that, Just because I do a certain thing does not mean I have no respect for it. I just want to make that very abundantly clear. It's probably a good thing, though, because it'll help your designs fit in with the universe. In regards to Battletech, yes, you have to think about the designs that you're working with. You went down that route, agriculture. Oh, Headless, you are an agriculturalist yourself. Or you had you have aspirations of agriculture? What kind of agricultural work have you encountered? If you are not shy about talking about it. No pressure, of course, no pressure. Education, cattle and horses. Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. Yes, I am quite fixated on bovines. I have an incredible respect for them as beasts. Absolutely. Okay, I think I've done enough sketchy line work. Let me clean up this this leg cowling here. Here we go. Nice and... Okay, that's about as good as I'll be able to do it without losing my mind. Let's get to coloring. Let's go with the color layer. Okay. Yes, cows indeed are. Well, I'm glad that you were able to participate in education, Headless. Being able to bring up the next generation of individuals, and hopefully with knowledge that helps them make a informed decision, is a very, very powerful thing. My computer background came in handy though, so ag people take care of the so help ag people take care of the paperwork now as a career. Oh yes. Even being a part of the system that supports those trying to make a difference in the lives of people is very rewarding. And even as a courier, it's sometimes incredibly rewarding to deliver something like samples of a particular medication that is needed immediately on a world experiencing some kind of outbreak. I definitely feel good in those moments where I actually make a difference in a planet. Any advice to anyone here with a career? Don't take your strengths as weaknesses. Yes, Headless. Those are great words to live by. Oh, and don't sell yourself short, no matter how quirky you think that particular skill of yours may be. It can always be adapted. Now be realistic. I knew I needed funding, so I went into courier work. But don't let yourself your dreams be completely shattered by the opinions of those around you. Neither don't allow yourself to be pushed either. Ringo, what does it mean to take your strengths as weaknesses? Well, I think perhaps for some people, this is my opinion, Headless, feel free to respond any way you please, but since I did agree with it, I should clarify my statement. Thank you for bringing that point, Headless. I guess to me that concept, and this may be different from Headless's, sounds like, in essence, I guess, yeah, don't sell yourself short. What you may think is not helpful now, like you being able to, I don't know, doodle well, or, you know, you're good with computers, for lack of better examples at the moment, since my mind is in two places. Yeah. Oh yeah, ultra fluff stuff, that is, balance it. Oh, Headless. Well, in the ag world, some people who ran shows didn't like their skills because they weren't the ones riding in the arenas. Yes. And some of those people run and manage operations now. Yeah, just because you're not in the thick of it, doesn't mean you're not worth it. Just because the prestige lies elsewhere, doesn't mean your supporting role isn't powerful. And in fact, some may not consider it to be a supporting role at all. It may, in fact, be a huge part of it. Headless has an incredible point there. Like, I have dispatchers who I sometimes contract with for my runs, for my cargo runs. And they may not think of themselves as heroes, but to me they are. Getting any kind of lead on a contract is the difference between me dropping my funding down to redline and having to take some of the sketchiest jobs, or even working for pirates. But those people are heroes, even if their job is just a day-to-day, you know, research or something like that. So, treat your skills with respect, and they will respect you. That is, I think, what I can add on to that. Thank you, Headless. That is an excellent point. And I'm sorry if I've, you know, mutated what you had in your mind originally, but I sort of had a ramble coming out of my mind, out of my cortex. I suppose it is the current state I'm in. But thank you. Okay, let's begin coloring. I don't know why I keep sketching. I think it's because I'm trying to think. Okay, so Meat's color scheme is right here, and we will absolutely keep the brown tiger stripes and the other features. However, I think it would not be good to have the skin be of a peach tone. I think that the quote-unquote skin zones of this particular mech should be of a more mechanical color to indicate that this is indeed a battle mech. But I think for the base color, because so much of it is this particular wonderful tiger stripe orange, let me use my brush picker. Let's see what kind of tones I'm picking up. Okay, I've picked up some good ones. Oh, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Tiger stripes on top of desert camo. Yeah, I think that'll be a good sketch. Now, I'm not very good at tiger stripes, especially at a curved perspective, but I will try because this is fun. All right, let's go back to this brush and go away from eraser mode. Here we go. Oh goodness, 1 second, please. I appear to have had a network. Oh, tiger stripe color scheme with some green highlights could work. Yes, I think the green is absolutely important, and the head cone may not be green all the way, but I think we will have green highlights all over the head to have representation for the color. Oh my goodness, have I been at this for 4 hours? Well, this has been an incredibly enjoyable 4 hours for me. I am very much chuffed to be here. All right, let's get to coloring. My excitement is bristling right now. Okay, let's increase the brush size. Let's go with our tiger tone. I think that looks good. All right, so oh, I thought I was painting on the wrong layer. Oh, that would not be good. All right, let's do this. We cannot use our fuzzy selector tool at all. You know what? I'm just gonna. Okay, let's do the belly too. Let's do that. And then we'll do the skirt once we have a slightly finer brush. So I apologize in advance, Meat, but I will not have the wherewithal to do a completely inline thing. And also, this is a bit sketchy, so I think I will be rather brisk with my line coloring. I won't be 100% accurate. And that goes to anyone to whom I end up doing this, because it is simply, you know, a matter of endurance and the like. But yes, this is fantastic. Excellent. Impressed, but I think impressed how you kept around 50 people hooked for hours. Oh, I'm just doing what I can. You love a sketchy style. Oh, wonderful. Then we are compatible in that regard. All right, fill brush, fill tool. Okay, here we go. All right, we have that. Let's add another layer that goes underneath it called. We need to start labeling these. Okay, so this is tiger base. I'm gonna call that tiger base, and we will call this armor base. We'll just call the rest of the mech armor base. Okay, and what was this layer? This is line art. Okay, line art layer. And this right here was sketch 2. Sketch 2. Here we go. Can't type right now. And that one we've hidden. I don't even care. Okay, so let us do the armor base. So I don't know if I want to use a dark tone. A dark tone may contrast well, so let's try a really dark tone. So if we go here, oh, that's way too dark. Let's try something a bit lighter but still dark. So the dark tone, goodness me. Okay, let's try the other arm with a lighter tone. Oh, okay, let's try a lighter tone. And we're gonna have to go to Tiger Base and erase this. I know I could use a mask, technically, but I'm not gonna bother with a mask right now. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's go back to Eraser, and let's pick this color again, brush. All right, let's see how this looks, and then we will see if a darker tone or a lighter tone works as a contrast to the tiger skin. There we go. One of the interesting things is, one oftentimes would think that starships would be heavily painted, but no. Generally speaking, we do not paint our starships unless it's a bit of nose art for that decorative flair and for a connection to our vessels. But for the most part, we simply consider that a few extra kilograms, and it is something that is not a personal knickknack. So it's really not worth it for us. Oh, have I been working on Tiger Base all this time? Oh, this is unacceptable. Okay, so I'm gonna use the color dropper tool, and I'm going to cut selection to new layer. And I have ripped out that, and I will actually merge it with armor base. So merge tool. Let's see here, merge with layer below. Perfect. So now Tiger Base is what it should be, and Armor Base is what it should be. So let's go back to the brush, and let's go back to the filler. Control All. Armor Base, what are you doing? Why is the fill tool not working? Come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here, darling. Okay, come on, come on. Are we going to have a talk? Crete. Oh, you know what? I apologize. I was trying to fill in the white space with eraser. Smart, smart, smart. I actually do not have any nose art on my vessel. Oh goodness. How could I forget my own ships? I'm so flustered right now. The wishful thinking. The wishful thinking has no nose art. If anyone has any suggestions for a piece of nose art, I would definitely take them. Simply because I do wish to give her a little bit of love to show the appreciation I've had over the years we've worked together. All right, here we go, giving that a bit of color. So there would have been some armor back there. Okay. Oh, you got your coffee and bread and with beans and cheese. Time to be comfy. Oh, I'm glad. Well, we will still have a bit of time because we are coloring right now. Doing a bit of sketch. As a pun, just a hairy nose. Oh my goodness. Nice neural implants, dabs Melchior upon me. Oh my goodness. Let me do this other arm and see what tone we should use, because I'm currently very split on the dark versus the light. Let me just get this arm so that the areas look roughly equal. Then I will do a fill in, and then we can take a look here. Dabs Melchior upon me, as a poetic ring into it. Melchior dabs upon thee, and he dabs upon me, and he dabs upon thou. Okay, wingmates, what do you think is the better tone here? I kind of am leaning towards the lighter gray, but at the same time, the darker gray does offer a more significant contrast, but I think this darker gray could be reserved for some of the highlights, like some of these spikes, and perhaps these kneecaps. I don't know. Anyone have any views upon this? Give it a striped camo on the arms. If I have the wherewithal, I could do something like that. I could put like let's take a look. I guess I could do some decorative rope decals. That actually might work. Okay, maybe decorative rope or fur lining. Yes, there's the fur lining here. That could be an interesting detail. Darker. Okay, so Admiral thinks darker. Hair color on the kneecaps just for accent. Ooh, yes, I think that would be good. So let's add, so to any artists who have more experience than I am sorry for the way I'm doing layering, but right now I'm just trying to complete this. So I'm just gonna throw things around as best I can, and as I gain more experience, I'm sure I will be better able to do this. Okay, so because we have an armor base layer, we can simply use the dropper tool later to change the base color. I will not draw details upon it. So let's do the base color. Let's just do the head and let's do the legs, and then everything else we can handle once we have a decision. Drink some water, bud. Ah, yes. Thank you for the tip. I certainly have not had a drink in quite a bit of time. 1 second. Allow me to finish this particular bit of line work. Okay, here we go. Oh, I am starting to blur into the peripheries of my coloring zone. Okay, allow me to fill that. Ah, I missed a spot. How unprofessional of me. All right, and before I lose my marbles, allow me to get this collar nice and proper. Excellent. Okay, let's get out of eraser mode and let's have a sip of water. Water redeem. Doing that right now. Thank you. Also, for a bit of asymmetry, could you represent Meat's wristband by painting one of the forearms yellow? Yes, I think that might be an interesting touch. Thank you, Attenborough. Ah, fantastic. Oh, don't worry, Niwa. whenever I take a sip, I sip very little. I generally do not chug because my water intake is also not that extreme. And the dosing system in my actual life support, which is linked to the, I suppose, representation of me drinking water, is, it moderates according to what it detects my body is happening. I mean, you could waterboard me, you could try, but I am already in a tank. I am already breathing liquid ultra fluff stuff. Cool looking space Battlemech. Well, it can fight in space, but this is mostly a land combat unit. It's a hunter. It's a headhunter mech. It pounces upon the officers in the enemy force and tears it apart with its powerful claws. Look at this. Fearsome, fearsome meat. And thus we have a fearsome meat mech. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Breathe in the slurm. Yes. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Going back to the coloring board. Let's do our skirt. So these skirt panels, okay, so if we go back to armor base, where's my color? So we can flow over them because the tiger skirt base is actually the top layer, and we will simply cover up what we don't need of the gray. And I will cover up the kneecaps for now, just to have that bit of coloring done. We will have to adjust some of these layers and some of the masking if we will use masking. I might do it on some of the parts. Okay, here we go. Let's get that colored in. Excellent, excellent. Doing the kneecaps, round the corner. Go. Color, color, color. Fill that in, fill that in. Do the brush. Okay, let's do the feet. We'll just do the same color for now, and then we will decide on highlights. Because I think the gray being representative of meat's skin is sort of, yes, I am a robot meat, that kind of a thing. Although I do think it's a little bit dated, but I think it provides a good enough contrast with the tiger skin. Okay, here we go. We'll finish off the toes later with a smaller brush. Okay, here we go. Curse my line work sometimes. Very, very chaotic. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Although not cursed, I think it's fine. I will learn with every single drawing I do. That is all that matters in the end. That's what all that matters, viewers. As long as you're having fun, and you are learning something, be it about yourself or about your skills or about the world, that's all that matters. Okay, there we go, brush. Have you ever used pen tools in software like this? Picky, when you say pen tools, what are you implying? A different brush? I think it might be just a different term than what I'm used to. What I'm using right now is, I would say, one of the many, I suppose, brushes in the brush engine of Krita. And that's the term they use. They use brush engine. And I have a whole selection here. It's just that I use the pixel ones the most. I really like them. Although I am willing to use blending. Oh, vectored. Yes. I have done some vectoring before, some vector work, especially for text and the like. But I have not done full drawings like this with it. The imagination for me flows better, at least for the present time, using raster drawing. But I think it might be a skill I would like to do. Although I think before that, I will probably endeavor to do some blender work before I engage in vector art. Although the animation software that I have available to me for some other interests of mine is a vector tool primarily. So it would be good to be able to make proper SVGs and the like for that. Simply because the manipulation for tweening would be a lot better than raster interpolation. At least, you know, that's my thought right now. Vectors are too time-consuming. They are very time-consuming, but the fact that you have an image that can be scaled both up and down is very, very valuable. And I know getting things like shading and gradients is a little more challenging with vector work, but it's definitely something I absolutely respect, especially because it's scalable. And the programmer in me enjoys things that are scalable, regardless of where they are used. Adaptability, I find very appealing. You use the picker, brush tool. Oh goodness, I need to be on armor base. Okay, here we go, brush. Brushy, brushy, brushy. There we go. It's a very cute meme. I love brushy, brushy, brushy as far as memes go. Okay, here we go, here we go. Okay, so we got one of Meat's, what would you call these? Gators? I'm gonna call them gators. And if our gators is done, let's go back to Tiger Base, pick, brush. I really should have these shortcuts for picking my last used color down to memory, but I have not done so yet. I still have not bound some keys. Okay, here we go, finishing the gator. Now the tiger stripes, I think I will just pick the color from the reference art and simply utilize those, for lack of a better solution at the present. Okay, here we go. Viewers, have any of you worn gaiters as a fashion choice? Or these kinds of leg things? I've seen them elsewhere, but they are not very popular in the Far Suns Coalition. That is something I have not seen much. They are usually much more of a practical thing if you have a low environmental suit boot and you're going for a yeah, the leg bands, or I guess if they would be taller perhaps. I don't know if these would be gaiters, because one of the points of gaiters is to keep muck from going in between your shoe and your pant leg. So these would be leg warmers, maybe? Oh, they have little bands here. I didn't even notice that. The resolution was a bit low. Okay, so I need to make sure that I do bands. Okay, that is very important. All right, getting the flaps into position. Oh, hello, Nyaru. Welcome to the convoy. How are you doing today? You've only worn them once when you hurt yourself. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you had to do it in such unfortunate circumstances. That is never a fun way to engage in finding something out. You know, just the way you learn, if you break a limb, you will learn very readily what is valuable in terms of mobility within a residence of some sort, or within a ship's hull. Yes. Enjoy Crocs and the rules of man do not apply to me. Well, if your name is accurate, if you are a pig, then yes, of course, the rules of man do not apply to you. But I think that even man should not be held by the laws of those who cannot understand the power of the Croc. The Croc is a sacred institution of those who need practicality above all else, and those who stick to their conviction. I will give my respect to them. And I believe this is due respect. Let's complete that. Goodness me. Oh, you're doing good and enjoying a late night face mask. Ooh, very decadent. That sounds fantastic, Nyaru. I do not usually do face masks, especially considering my current status. But I do. It does seem like they are quite enjoyable. Especially as a part of a ritual for a night. And I think that is very important, to have something you do that allows you to feel yourself in that sense regularly. Okay, you know what? Now that I've done all of this, I think I will actually use the dark color here. Or the lighter color. There we go. Back to the brush. Crocs give me rashes. I go barefoot. Oh my goodness. Another Croc chat. Go barefoot. Alaric might want to read this. Nah, I wear hide Crocs, says Alaric in response. I've heard of those things. Some shoes need to be broken in before wearing. Yes, indeed, that is the case. Like they get baked under the sun and can get run over by a car before they're soft enough for your feet. Yeah, clogs are quite interesting. This is brother Niwatori, not the girls. I come to support my bros. I doubt Alaric would like man feet. Oh, that was what Niwatori said. Don't read this spacer, thanks, says Niwatori. Oh, goodness me. Or bake it in some other way to flex and flex the thing back and forth a lot of times as it cools down. So I enjoy low gravity ice skating, and that is done in a very specific rink. It is a, how to best describe this? It is a cylindrical ring where the spin is very low, so that you have incredibly low gravity, and there are also some jumps available. Sleep tight, pickle boy. Oh, you're heading out, Melchior? Then rest well, my friend. I hope that you get a good shut-eye. We all need it. I will be done with this sooner than later. Okay, here we go. The dab and the sleepy chicken. An excellent way to terminate that. Yeah, but that reminded me. Hockey skates. You do have to heat them up and shape them to the foot of the user. And the hockey skate design has remained pretty much unchanged other than the materials used throughout the millennia. There is one thing that humans enjoy, and that is strange surfaces. And I make this claim completely only for myself. All right, I need to add a layer for meat. And that is not the meat, that is the back meat. The meat that is against meat's meat. Okay, some meat base. All right, let's pick the color from the meat base. There we go. Let's grab our picker tool. There we go. We have a nice pink shade. Fantastic. And we were going to color this chunk of it that particular color. Here we go. Let's up the size there. Ice levels. Ugh. Well, when you have skates, ice levels are not that scary. However, many video games do place you in a position where you do not have the right preparation. Yeah, that is most unfortunate. But yes, skating can be interesting, especially with the lower gravity. It is amazing how those traditions of northern peoples and those who have ice available to them have managed to stick around thus far. In general, a lot of the traditions have come and gone, and some of them have almost been resurrected as fads, simply because someone, gets a silly idea that maybe this thing that the silly Terrans did back on their homeworld would be good for opening up a theme park or something like that. It is all about entrepreneurial interest in the Far Suns Coalition, and oh boy howdy, do some folks take advantage of that. The laissez-faire attitude of the government towards some of the taxation and labor laws can be a bit unnerving at times. Okay, so I think meat is coming together. Oh, we forgot to, for the armor base, paint this part right here. We need to do the claws. Here we go. Almost done with the main highlighting. Excellent. Excellent. I will finish this. And anyone who is tired, please, feel free to head to bed. This has been a bit of an endurance run, but it is something I do willingly. So never feel an obligation to stick around, but I will appreciate it if you do. All right. Niwa has just arrived. Okay, so now let's actually take that darker color we had initially and give these weapon barrels some color. So I'm going to call this layer weapon base, because we may put details over the top. So weapon base. There we go. Okie dokie. Let's see if that color is... Oh, right, the layering is wrong. We need to put that above everything, except for the line art. Okay, that's a decent color. That's a decent color, and it is different. Okay. We will add probably some highlights to that. We will make these PPC barrels glow blue. I think that will look nice. So the weapons... I'm sure there are more creative ways of doing this particular color scheme, but at the moment they are all eluding me due to some cognitive-related issues as caused by the duration of this engagement. But we will do our darndest. Ikuzo. Okay. You're doing another project while listening to this. Don't worry. Oh, I'm glad. That is excellent. Gun barrels could be bone white. Alaric, you... Oh, whoopsie. Alaric, I like that thought. We have missed some of the bone detail. We have indeed. Well, I'm glad that folks are simply enjoying a bit of my rambling here. It is always nice to speak out and be heard, but also I also enjoy being on the other side of it. Many of the VTubers here who have spoken, I've definitely listened to their streams with excellent enjoyment, even though I could not watch myself. I think that's just the reality of this kind of situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Well, I'm going to color these barrels gunmetal black, but then I will simply select all of the color because it's a monocolor. There is no there's no fading here, and then I will simply try out bone white with it. I think it might have to be a little bit darker, but we will try bone white. I think that is a very interesting idea, Alaric. Thank you for for pointing that out. Okay, so we are completing our shading of the gun barrels. And first I like to do blob colors, followed by the details. And oh, I can see that my RAM usage has spiked up to 319 megabytes. Now, I really wish Krita did some more optimization with the way this is stored in RAM. Some kind of on-the-fly compression, like the way some databases do. Compressed in-memory databases. But I can see why it wouldn't be implemented, especially with the speed that is required to do on-the-fly decompression in RAM. Although there could be active areas and inactive areas. Goodness me. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the 2 a.m. ramblings. Oh, Era, thank you. Well, it's one of the things I can sort of draw. Some other things I definitely have difficulty with, and I hope to learn, especially with organic shapes. But I have a love for Battlemechs, so a lot of my past experience was in terms of drawing these rather blocky shapes. Although I will say that smooth armor is very challenging, especially if the perspective is a little funny. And now that I mentioned perspective, this is also a limitation I would like to go over. You see this perspective with the mech facing sort of to the bottom left of the screen? Bottom left. I don't like being limited to that, and I would like to break out of it. Ooh, you know what I forgot? Let's go to Tiger Base and strip out some of the color here, because Meat has skin visible here in her shoulders and here. Oh, hello, Space Onisan. I apologize. I missed your message when I was first looking over at it. How are you doing? Welcome to the convoy. I am trying to wrap this up as soon as I can. We are doing a Meat battle mech, and this is our progress so far. Her Battlemech's name is the Beef Bone Beef Meat, produced by Meat Corp. Or, oh goodness, I've forgotten which corporation produced it. Oh yes, I should do Bone White. Let's try Bone White before I forget that, because I seem to have an issue with it. Let's go with like an Ashen Bone White. Let's try that. So let's take up our filler tool. Beef Bone, lol. I'm glad you're enjoying the look of it. Ah, what happened? Oh, I was on Tiger Base, no wonder. Alright, here we are at Weapon Base. Okay. Alaric, is this sort of what you were thinking right here? And I kind of like that look. I like it. I think it needs some shading detail here, but I think this tone of Bone White works rather well. Karasanya, hello. The power in my quarter has been down almost 5 hours. Good thing I can see the schematic, even a little. Oh, I'm so sorry that power is out. If you're on battery, you don't have to spend it on this. But I'm glad you're stopping by. I hope that well, if you are using your battery power wisely, that a bit of company can help improve your evening. Oh goodness, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, being in a blackout is terrible. I like it, but you could add a bit of peach cream kind of airbrushed on there if the mono is too white. Yeah, we could do a reflection from the light that bounces off of this tiger stripe torso, bouncing onto the guns. But for now, let's leave it. So the weapon base will actually be not a monocolor layer, but it'll be a multicolor layer. Really, it should be called detail base or something like that. Okay, but we'll add more layers for that. So, oh yes, I wanted to erase some of the tiger base because I wanted to expose the midriff. How much of the midriff do I want to expose is the question. I'll try a couple of different approaches here. But I think we should stick to the color scheme. I like the tiger stripe, but I also am a sucker for representing this accurately. And I can fill with eraser. Yes, I can fill with eraser. I do love the abstract nature of the brush engine in Krita. I think it has a very interesting capability of basically anything can be a brush if you do it correctly. And there are so many options to play with, although I don't do that much, simply due to how limited my experiences are. Okay, let's take a look. Let's fill this Let's fill this with gray. So let's go back to armor base, pick our correct color, and do a bigger brush. Here we go, here we go. Wingmates, if this doesn't look better, please let me know, but I am trying to stick more to the original flesh and top look. Of course, Miwa, please go to bed. I'm glad that you are taking care of yourself. And thank you for stopping by and chatting. It is really appreciated. And the results of this will be on Twitter afterwards. Ah, yes, yes. Good seeing ya. Have a good one. Okay. Let's see here. A good Niwa, you finished your dinner. It's always nice to get a good meal. Okay. Well, that does look a little bit different. Let's see what the midriff will look like. Let's fill in the midriff. And we can just paint over this again, and it will be okay. In case it doesn't look any good. It should not be a problem. It should not be a problem. Fill. We go back to Tiger Base, and we erase some of that stuff that was incorrect. Okay, so this is what it looks like with a bit less highlights. So I think we will need to add highlights to compensate. Oh goodness, Niwa, yes, please, get some rest. Get some rest. And good night, Nyaru. I hope that, I hope you have a good night. Okay, yes. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, so. I think... So, Wingmates, I don't know how you feel about the midriff exposed, but I think it fits the design. So, I'm going to keep it for the time being. We have our bone-in meat log. Ooh, the perspective is a little off here, but whatever. It's okay. We've done our best. We've done our best. For the time being, it's not easy to go back. Yes, the hello that occurs during a goodbye. I totally understand that, Niwa and Space and Nissan. Okay, armor base, weapon base, pick. Alright, I'm gonna make these spikes darker. Let's make these spikes darker. I want them to stand out. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Oh, no, we went out of bounds a little bit. Oh, man, that out of bounds, or when I start erasing the color, it always reminds me of Worms games, with the way the terrain is destroyed by blast weapons. It's always such a fascinating game. Okay, am I on the line art? No, I'm not on the line art. Good. Oh my goodness. You've been caught, Niwa. Okay, I see. I'm sorry, it is hard to keep up with whose account is who, especially with Niwa gang, simply because there's quite a few involved on that channel, so who is handling the main account at the moment is always an interesting thing to consider. Okay, let's do the fangs. We'll consider a weapon. It is a weapon. A nice fanged kiss of death. Stabbing into the enemy pilot's cockpit. Melee weapons abound with this particular design. Alright, there we go. I may want to highlight it. Oh, no. You know what? These need to be bone white, too. They are teeth, after all. I think Alaric has a very good point in terms of this. Pro tip, check the eloquency in English. Oh, Niwa. Not given the credit, but that is the way it happens. You talk like a teenager now. Well, whatever way you talk, it is appreciated. I welcome anyone. I may sometimes get a little confused because I am a very flusterable individual when I am very deep into what I am doing, but I will absolutely do my best to comprehend anything that is said to me. Okay, let me pick that bone white again. Pick. We are on weapon base. Let's do some filler. Okay, bone white. Let's use the fill. There we go, bone white. Excellent. Looking good. These are ears, so we will not actually do them that way. These are supposed to be vaguely flesh tone because they represent the ears. It's Niwa without being Niwa. I missed that one. Apologies. Oh. Line art, line art, line art, line art. I forgot what we talked about. The bone in the hair. Excuse me. All right, let me add the bone in the hair with a spherical protuberance to indicate that this is the bone cap, or the little bit of the bone. I wonder what that particular part of the bone is called. It eludes me because it is present on many bones in sort of the location where there is a junction between bone. More nutriment is required. You're getting some food, Yukis? Nutriment. All right, I need to do some line art erasing here because we now have an overlap. There we go. I'm enjoying that. Okay, let's go back to our weapon base, which is actually now our everything base. That's what happens when you start naming your layers and don't have more layers that you're using. Clearly a bad idea, but all of these parts are highly separated, so I'm willing to save on RAM and file space simply to and also simplify my life, because when you have a lot of layers, it just all gets kind of a little bit crazy. Well, this will look good on a non-white background. I think in the proper terrain, meat will look much better here because of the bone white highlights. Okay, she is looking far better than I would have anticipated. Oh my. Well, of course, it's a foregone conclusion that meat would look good. But for my own skill in representing meat, that is where the weakness would lie. Okay, are we missing any other bones? Maybe we should declare this chest thing a bone. Kind of a gnarly, piercing sort of thing. That's not bad, and it also adds contrast as opposed to just being another shade of gray. Yes, I think that is good. Okay, let us now think about some of the other details. So we want a lot of green, and I think this rear cone should be heavily green, and so should the eyes. Now let's take a look at the eyes. They have whites, and they have the iris and pupil. Now I do not think I will be able to properly emulate a cockpit that way with the white, but I think the gray is light enough that it will sort of act that way. So let's add eye layer. Let's call this eye base, and let's just so we have a different layer for the eyes, because they do tend to eat up some of the brain power I have, so they need to be on something new. Okay, let's go back to the brush. Oh, that is awfully bright, but we can adjust the color once we have done the full fill. Oh my goodness. What is my time at? Oh my gosh, 4 hours and 30 minutes. I certainly hope I have not dragged anyone along for too long. I appreciate everything. All right, here we go. I will finish this. I will finish this. I am determined, and I will not engage the adrenaline injectors. I simply do not need that. Okay, that is too bright. Let's actually use the real shade from the palette that we have been so generously provided by Meat. All right. And for anyone who is joining in, allow me to actually plug Meat right now. Here we go. Subject. And that is the subject of our current mech creation. And here I will also link Project Avatar, which is this particular VTuber mech creation project where viewers can also participate. I will be doing those designs randomly chosen, and probably a little bit later, simply due to the fact that it's not filled. I will have an 8 maximum slots. But if you're a viewer and you have a Twitter, feel free to submit a design to whatever detail of specification you want, and I will do my best to recreate it. Okay, let's see here. Let's try the eyes again. Let's see what a fill with this color would do. Okay, so that is, I think, a little bit too olive. There is something brighter about Meat's eyes. Ooh, I think I like that a lot better. Yes, I think that is much better. Okay, so we have the eyes filled, and we'll also do eye details later. Oh, I think that is the one. That is the one in reference to, sorry, I'm lacking context at the moment. The project? Let's see here. Okay, so we have the eyes. So now we are hitting that point where we have to think about highlights. So I'm going to add green highlights as a separate layer. Green paint. So this will be a darker green akin to Meat's hair color. And we will actually paint her skull radome in this color. Meat hair color on the kneecaps. Yes, Alaric, thank you for reminding me again. I do think that will be an excellent contrast. So let's start with that before I forget. Here we go. Oh, I should really clean up some of the kneecap color that I did with the gray. Once I'm done with the kneecap, I will clean that up. Let's take a look how this appears when we zoom out. Going back to the brush. Okay, I like that. I like that. I think that gives it a militaristic touch. And we may put some on the feet in order to distribute the color, but we may put it as a stripe rather than as making the whole foot green. I think that would be probably more appropriate for sort of the way that many militaries have a highlight color on their parade scheme. All right, there we go. Yes, it's so insectoidal. I did not expect that. What I might do is actually make the outer paneling a little bit of a lighter green. And that way we will have sort of a bit of a pupil effect. I think that may work better. Okay. It's good contrast to the non-socks. Yes, it is. I enjoy it. Very excellent suggestion. Okay, let's see here. Let's go to the armor base. And let's throw on our eraser tool and clean up this bit right here, so it doesn't look quite so ragged. Okay, I think that is within acceptable parameters. Actually, okay, let's go back to weapon base, which is now details base, and pick our dark color and get these actuators a bit of highlight. So pick that brush. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. Hey, let's just darken up this actuator hint. Okay, and there is a bit of an actuator joint here. The details are for the eye to fill in, but we're gonna make sure that the color is there to assist with the filling in of these particular eye details. All right, excellent, excellent. We are progressing along fabulously. Okay, so what else will have this green paint on it? So let's go back to the radome and make sure to give it. Okay, I think I want to leave a gray stripe in the middle to give it sort of a paint scheme rather than simply emulating the hair. So we'll have a stripe that rounds the corner. I'm gonna have to use a different brush for this. That rounds around like this. Excellent. There we go. And then we have this one that also curves around. And then we have this gray spot of bare metal. Oh my gosh, that is not the best. Ringo, speaking of those knee pads, I remember there's sort of tribal dance out there where you wear all sorts of coconut shits on your body and bonk shells to the beat of something. I am unfamiliar with that. I mean, if you have a video link describing this tradition, that would be interesting to see. Unfortunately, I currently do not have anything on my mind that would have a proper noun for what that act would be. Okay, let me fill that in. Let me get the brush back. Okay, perfect. All right. I need to smooth these out right here. Well, we can only do so much smoothing. Let's use a sharper marker or a sharper pen. Sharper and pressure sensitive. Me neither. I vaguely remember it, except for the gimmick. Yeah, it's sometimes like that with memory. You only remember the concept, which may be the most important thing, I suppose. Because then at least you can find it with that. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Cleaning this up. There we go. All right. So now the head, I think, needs... Oh, you know what I'm thinking? What if we add some stripes like this? Just a bit of striping too. That doesn't look as good as I would have hoped, but I think that's a little bit on me. Okay. Oh, you know what the issue is? I'm completely not following the line of the cone. Not that it's a perfect cone to begin with at all, but if I was... So this line right here can be up and down. Okay, so that works. But here I must go from radius to center, the invisible center here. So we'll do a construction line almost. Let's see. So swing my brush like this. Okay. I am looking a little bit better, but still a little wonky. That's okay. That's okay. We'll see how this looks like in the final product. How does that look? Now I want to make it all green, but that's, you know, let's keep trying something different. So do we want to add some kind of indicator that meat has hair, and I'm thinking of a color band that runs along the top of the head. So something like this. And then it goes here, and then it goes around. Then we keep the rest of it without color. There we go. Fill that in. Let's get another brush. Fill that in, fill that in. And another fill maneuver. Perfect, perfect. Okay, that kind of looks like war paint too. I don't know. I think it looks decent. It's reminiscent of hair being somewhere. I could maybe add a vertical component to this particular battle paint. You know what? I'll come back to it. You may want to add more green details elsewhere. Let's see here. Where could we add more green details? Yes, on the feet. Let's see. I think we could add a set of stripes here. So maybe a stripe that curves down like that. There we go. I suppose you could use the same green for the tiger stripe. Oh yeah, we could do green tiger stripe. Although I think first I would like to attempt to do it using the tiger stripe in the palette. Simply because that is what is traditional. But we could try it with the green. I don't know how it would look like. I also don't want to be too aggressive on the green. There is a lot of earth tone to the design of meat. So I don't want to go too overboard with the green highlights. Although I do like them for breaking up the gray, because there is a lot of gray on this mech. Okay. We may delete these stripes. I'm not quite sure. We can always come back and change it if our hearts change. Fantastic. Here we are. Okay. So now we have our stripes there. And I think we need to do the tiger stripes, because that is really the next big thing. Let's do that. So on top of the tiger base, we will add a tiger stripe layer. So here we go, tiger stripe. Fantastic. All right, let's go and pick a palette. Oh, that is another interesting highlight that we could add, is a bit of a rim, as you can see here, that is present on the skirt. I think that might be interesting. So one thing we should keep in mind is that there is no tiger stripe on the brassiere. So I think we may replicate that. Although I am not sure if we should replicate or just go with what we want. So tiger striping. Okay. Here we go. This is my first time doing tiger striping, so please bear with me. Especially on a curved surface. It may not look as presentable as I would expect. All right, here we go. Let's do... This curves around, it expands a little bit, and then it collapses down on itself. Okay, that's pretty decent. And then we have a interruption in the middle. There we go. Curved projection is not the easiest thing to do in one's mind, but I think it's definitely a skill that slowly comes over time and practice. All right, let's add another tiger stripe. There we go, fantastic. All right, let's add a nice big one here. Let's see, let's get some inspiration. Okay, so these are very, very typical tiger stripes. There are these little crescents that move across. So I think we'll replicate that same thing. Also, it is easier to draw. All right, another crest. Here we are. Okay, I think this is very much starting to look like meat. I am very excited for the completion of this project. Okay, here we are. Oh, so the perspective here is definitely angled, so we need to make sure we account for that in our tiger stripes. And we have, excellent. And we'll add a bunch of little stripes in between some of the empty spots that we have left. Perfect. And we'll add a hint of a stripe leaving across the horizon. There we go. Fantastic. Pig D6 asks, is there any particular reason you prefer Krita for your artistic pursuits, Spacer? Essentially, primarily because it is open source, and I really enjoy using open source software, even if there is a bit of a struggle to get used to some of its difficulties or, issues with documentation. Although Krita does have a very extensive set of documentation. Also, I tried it and I got used to the workflow, and that is, I think, the most powerful thing, is getting trapped by the workflow. It takes a lot of willpower to break out of having that level of confidence where you know approximately where brushes are, you know approximately where you could find certain filters, that sort of thing. I don't use GIMP because GIMP does not have the best brush engine, especially, oop, that one we did not fill correctly. So that's really the main reason I use Krita, is just I so happened to come upon it, and it fit me well enough for the time being. I may switch to a closed source software one day if Krita cannot satisfy my demands, but I would be loath to do that. So for now, I will endeavor to become a more professional user of Krita, and get to know some of the more advanced features, and maybe even work on my own brushes that are specific to a given project and the texturing that I need. The one thing I really need to work on is just texture. That is for certain. GIMP is not a drawing program. It works in a pinch for basic things, but is an image editor first and foremost. Yes, that is most correct, Alaric. The only reason I said I don't use GIMP is because sometimes folks do a little bit of art and they use GIMP because it has just enough to get away with it. But I definitely would not use it long term. There was a stream where I was drawing an Amogus spacer, and that was very difficult because I was using GIMP and learning controls on the fly and attempting to figure out the brush tools. It is in the VOD archives if anyone wishes to see that bit of a disaster. You're free to watch my embarrassment. These tiger stripes are coming along quite well. Oh, Niwa, you are indeed sleeping. Get some rest, buddy. Get some rest. All right, we are getting close here. We are getting close. My love for detail is currently hurting me, but that is okay. Oh my, I'm repeating the same concept with these stripes. I need to break it up a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit of breakup. Okay, I like that. I like that. Go to sleep, Dippy. A colony crash. I don't think there's a colony crash happening right now, but that would be quite unpleasant. Listen to your peers, Niwa. They're giving you good advice. And I am not taking good advice myself right now, but I will finish this. All right, let's get these tiger stripes done on the gators. We are getting close. The tiger stripes definitely take a little bit of time to do. All right, here we go. Looking good. That perspective has shifted. We need to account for that. All right, another tiger stripe that curls around the gator, and we'll have a tiger stripe that is here, a little bit asymmetrical. There we go, and maybe a little stripe here, a little stripey. There we go. Fantastic. Let's go. I'm glad you think it's looking good. I'm definitely doing my best to render the details as much as I can. I use GIMP a lot because Krita's UI is foreign to me. Would really like enough of a break from life from time to time to learn it. Very understandable, Alaric. That is essentially what keeps me from using different kinds of software. It's the UI. It is always the UI. Even though certain skill sets can carry over, sometimes they're called different things. Sometimes they are activated differently. Sometimes they're simply unavailable. And something that seemed simple to you beforehand is simply completely foreign after you've switched. So I definitely understand that sentiment. I need to break out the tablet and show you guys the power of GIMP at some point. Oh yes, Attenborough, that would be fantastic. A tutorial on GIMP use. I would certainly watch that because I I would like to know more GIMP for its image manipulation capabilities. And there are some things that Krita just doesn't do well. Some of the line work stuff is a little funny, but I would probably want a proper vector editor for that kind of stuff. Okay, these stripes are a little too small. I need to extend some of them. It doesn't match the other side. Okay, there we go. So now we have the stripes. We have the brassiere. The brassiere has tears in it, but we cannot really emulate those too well. But we may need to add a shadow. Okay, I think we can add... So I don't know if I have the wherewithal in me to do some battle damage, but what I can add is a bit of the rope around the wrist. Or in this case, myomer cable. So I would like some line art for that. So I need to go back to my black thin marker, or my black thin paint. Understandable. The gravitational pull of habits is stronger than any advertised superiority of alternatives. I too have been using Krita as a necessity, but I got used to it. Yes, I... very much what is happening here. Kindred spirits, Pig and I. At least in that little moment there. Not to say that others are not kindred spirits with either of us. It's always surprising to know who shares some of your experiences. It is not anything else. The time investment is the biggest hurdle, whether that be for UI workflow or just learning something, or the time to know something. Yeah, it's very much difficult to invest time in it when you have so much else going on in your life. I have an idea for you could get tears in the top piece in. Oh, Alaric, I'm more than down to hear that. Let's see. I'm gonna put this detail in weapon base simply because I don't want to have another layer. And we will use a brown. Let's pick directly from the rope. Let's pick directly from the rope. Come here, come here. Here we go. We pick. There we are. Okay. Let's fill that in. A few hanging armor plates with holes punched straight through them. Oh, yes. I think that would look neat. Now, the big question is, am I capable of rendering that particular, I suppose, situation, especially given my current condition? Let me think about how I would approach it, especially in terms of the current state of the armor. I would have to rip some parts off, kind of bolt it onto the top piece. Okay, yeah, let's try that out here. Let's use a separate plates line art sketch so I could delete it if I need to. Tears line art. There's line art. There we go. And we will use masks, I think, simply because I want these plates to be something I do later, or something I could remove later. Okay, so we have the wrist rope. I'll add some detail to it, I think. Now the gun barrels will need some detail. And... Okay, let's try the plates right now. Let's try the plates. Let's go back to our pressure-sensitive brush. Let's use black. And let's take a look at what the tears look like. Okay, so they have square cutoffs on the bottom. So we can add some armor. Oh, yes, Alaric, I think you're onto something here. I think these armor plates would look pretty decent. And we can even kind of give them a bit of a hinge effect here. Okay, there we go. Well, that line art's a little thick. I need to drop the thickness of my brush down. There we go. Let's add another plate. Okay, so I went with square plates as like sort of a frill. Yeah, I'll have to do damage decals later. I think I'm just not capable of thinking about where the damage would be. Plus, it will take quite a bit of time. But Al, what do you think about just like these little armor danglets? I think it's a decent enough compromise between having a hole in it. It sort of looks ragged, and I think that's the main idea. It's just that you're getting a bit of raggedness to it. Let's get an attachment point here. Then we need to indicate that there is... Reminds you a bit of reactive armor. Yeah, that's kind of, I think, what I'm doing subconsciously, or consciously even. There we go. It's not perfect, but I think it will work for the time being. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with that. Okay, so, for anyone who may use Krita later, one fantastic thing about layered software, and I'm sure you can do this in GIMP, but this is how I do it in Krita. I go right-click on the layer I want, and I go to add, and I can add a transparency mask. And anything I paint black in this transparency mask using a bog standard brush will simply be masked away, or you could use gray for an opaque sort of effect. It's very handy when you don't want to erase your work. But see, right now I am able to save line art in case I change my mind, but I am also able to remove the line art that I needed. Oh, you ran away from Krita. Well, Yukis, I totally understand that. I nearly ran away from it, but necessity is the mother of doing your repetitions. So this is what I did. And I think because we are so high up here, I will actually, I will move this a layer here, and I will call this color, base color. And then I will actually take all of these layers and put them into a group. Oh, no, I accidentally moved the line art. Okay, so this is fine, but then we will move all of the necessary components for the tears into one group. So Control G, and this is bra tears. There we go. Okay, here we are. I think that vaguely represents it. Let me try adding some color to that. Would it be helpful for hologram editing? Yukis, when you say hologram editing, do you mean three-dimensional data images? Because I think you need a very specialized editor for that sort of work. But if you are simply trying to draw what is a two-dimensional representation of a hologram, I think that would be acceptable. I don't see why it would not work. No. Oh, well, hologram editing. Would you mind explaining that a little bit? Let's see here. We're getting our little armor plates filled in. I think they're looking a lot better now that they have a touch of color in them. All right, there we are. A great idea, Alaric. I think it's looking good with the use of these flaps. That line art's a little bit too thick, but I will accept it. It's kind of late. Picture editing. Oh. Krita, I've used it for picture editing, but I think it has a lot of limitations, and some of the tools are just not fit for the manipulation of images. There, I think GIMP would actually potentially be more powerful, or there may be other specific tools, so I cannot give you a proper statement on that. It is possible to do it if you are desperate, but it is not optimized for image editing. It is mostly optimized for painting on a canvas, which, granted, it is pretty good at what it does, but it does have a specific optimization, like most of these open source pieces of software do. And you know what? I have an attitude at this point that if you are going open source, you must understand that you may need multiple pieces in your workflow. Like, I do end up using GIMP a lot for small edits, or for some of the things that I really don't know how to do in Krita. And I just, I throw a layer, I export it, I throw it where I need to, and then I do the necessary operation, and I have it. And sometimes you can even use command line tools to process your images, especially if you're doing something in bulk. Never underestimate the power of the command line, especially if you have a lot of things to do in repetition. For example, my schedule that I print out, and it's that I use for my channel, is a work in progress, but I use Markdown in order to generate it. And I use scripts to tie a process together, which allows me to take source code and convert it into a image. And then that image is ready, so I can make minor adjustments and fiddle with the layout without having to spend all of that time poking around. Granted, that does demand some Markdown and also the use of some native HTML elements, and also a CSS, some CSS use. But I think it's well worth trying out. Okay, I'm going to give the guns some details, and then I think I will be wrapping this particular mech up for the time being. I think I will do that, yes. Okay, so let's give the guns a bit of detail. So, I call that weapon base, I might as well call it weapon detail. Here we go. Weapon detail. And here we'll just do a little bit of work to get these guns looking like they belong where they are. So let's pick the color here, brush. Let's get a darker gray. And we'll just fill in these holes for the flamer so that it looks like they have a bit of depth. And we can also color in these gimbals. And maybe the muzzle is also a dark zone. Let's go to the other flamer and give it the same treatment. Fantastic. There we are. If Photoshop didn't take 6 to 8 minutes to boot, I might use it more. Oh, yeah. Some of the software does get a bit bloated. I will say for both GIMP and Krita that they are very fast to boot. They do suffer when you have a lot of data stored in the image that you are trying to use, but that is the bane of all programs. You simply cannot load large files from hard disk storage. That suffering at least a little bit of issues there. So here are the PPC openings. They have this nice blue glow. All right, there we are. And the lasers will make them red. We'll make the laser ports red. I know that lasers are generally speaking colorless, but it is a Battletech convention to essentially give lasers a bit of color, just so that you can identify what they are on the mech itself. And since this is the mouth laser, we need to give it a bit of color. There we go. Well, I think I've done the major parts. Everything else is shading, and that will take a lot longer. So I think I will begin to wrap that up. Thanks for the info. I'm trying to evolve from Paint 3D into GIMP. Of course, of course. Yeah, try out a bunch of different tools if you have the time, of course. And see what sticks with you, or if you can get a workflow going. I do think it's worth knowing a lot of different things, including Photoshop, because Adobe, for whatever you may say about it, they certainly have interesting filters and tools that cannot be found elsewhere, simply due to the sheer amount of time and development available for a bigger company as opposed to an open source development team. Although one should never underestimate how big open source can get, considering the Linux kernel is technically open source, although it does have contributions from many corporations. It is also very interesting to see that the Linux kernel has survived to my time, although the kernel version is far removed from the version 5.0 that is current now. Okay, I think we have a meet. Let's trim the canvas and hide all of these sketch layers. We don't need them anymore. So let's do a crop operation. Fantastic. All right, let's, no, not that. We want it to be a different, undo that. Okay, crop. Let's crop this canvas correctly. Let's make sure the arm isn't too close. I want to save on storage space and the like. And luckily, these reference images will not be cut off because they are reference images. There we go, there we go. Okay, let's remove the background that is white. And there is our alpha layer, or transparency. Let's see what things we need to strip out. So in the line art layer, we have, let's use our big eraser brush. We have some little dangly-doos here that we would like to get rid of. Perfect, perfect. Scratch that, scratch that. Another bogey down. Excellent, excellent. Hello, Cabal. How are you this fine... Well, from the perspective of my particular locale where my JumpNet exit proxy is located, it is night, quite deep in fact. And I've adjusted my day-night cycle to it. But how are you today? I am wrapping up a few little touches. I'm not doing any shading, but I am cleaning up some of the line art that is drifted off of this meat mech for the project Avatar. So here is meat, and here is her mech. There it is. There's a design. The beef bone, beef meat. I love that name. You've been better, working on cycling to a better headspace. Ah, very understandable. Sometimes it is difficult to get out of a particular mindset that you know isn't right for you. But that's the thing. Minds are sometimes a mystery to the very consciousness that inhabits them. You can't always snap your fingers and have something happen. Although there are ways of doing that, aka cognitive behavioral therapy, but even that takes a bit of time. It is certainly worth it to strive. I very much agree with you, Cabal. You need to keep pushing. Know when to take a break, but also know when to keep pushing. There's a lot of calculating that you need to do sometimes. Oh goodness. Well, I think we are, for the moment, done with Meat's mech. I cannot do shading right now because my brain, my cranium is simply overloaded. I have my own inner methods, you say, Cabal. Decades of inner practice have paid off. Very understandable. I think many individuals slowly build up a toolkit of things that they have found work for their own particular neurological makeup, and that allow them to feel calmer. I definitely would like to add more decals to this, including the bandage. But I believe I have. Oh, I just hit 5 hours. Oh goodness, that is it. Oh, Spacer, we are also. Oh, Pig, we are wrapping up, and so thank you very much for being along for the ride. I hope you rest well, Pig. And Attenborough, I'm glad you're digging it. Okay, let's export. Let me save this. I haven't saved it this entire time. That could have been very bad. Okay, well, I think we can move back to the space station for a bit of a chat. Yes, Cabal. We're all going to make it, but it does take a bit of a toolkit to get there, or some personal understanding. Okay, good. The chat is no longer cut off again. Ah. Oh, what a marathon, but so worth it. I am quite pleased with this particular design. I think it manages to merge some Battlemech and some of the nature of meat. I will post it up on the Twitter post haste once I am done with this. Well, Wingmates, I hope that was to your liking and that you had an enjoyable evening. And I definitely appreciate anyone who stuck around, who had a time, who chatted. Very much. That is, viewers really, they're the crux of any streamer, in my opinion. And I think that without a viewer, you do end up. I'm having a bit of trouble articulating now, but needless to say, I appreciate all of you. And our relationship may not be as intimate as perhaps you and your closest friend, but any time we spend together is still time spent, and I am thankful for it. So, just thank you. Sorry about the file name. Oh, Cabal, no problem, no problem. I don't care if someone comes in late, comes in early, if they leave halfway through or stop back in. Everybody has a different approach to streaming, and that is completely acceptable. I will not hold anyone to any of my personal standards of behavior. Do what you need. That is primo #1 rule. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream of that, Mango. Yeah, not a lot of new Battlemechs being made these days, but I hope to add more to the BattleTech roster, even if they're a little bit strange and unoptimized. Okay. Well, I know it's a bit late, but I believe I have rolled into some of the European streamer hours, so let's see if there is anyone available for a raid right now. Let's see here. Thinkerbella is always on around this time of night. Let's see. Oh goodness, no streams quite yet. Oh, I'm both glad and that I kept you up, Ultra Fluff, but you should get some rest, and we are about to get some rest. Oh, Yukis, could you please link me Bat? I think I have seen her, but I didn't follow. I'm usually rather shy about some of the follow alerts, unless I'm doing the raid myself. Is there any way to get melee on a Quad V? There's a heavy quad called the Daedalus that has a chainsaw. I think Quad Vs, once they go in... Quad Vs have transformation equipment in their feet, so they cannot mount weapons on that. And I think some of the melee weapons are usable as long as they are in the front-facing I will have to investigate the particular rules of that Attenborough. But if you have any ideas, especially for the viewer contest, or not contest, it's not a challenge, it's just a slot. Feel free to throw that in there. A quad V with a with a melee weapon. That'd be fascinating. Bat is on with Monster Hunter. Everyone else on my list hasn't even had the chance to vet yet. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Bat at video games. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, amigos. That is much appreciated. Let me take a look here, just to see that I am not interrupting the end of a stream right now. Bat at video games. Monster Hunter blind. Always I get ad locked. Mute. I'll have to wait 1 second there. Okay, well, while that is happening, while I'm being ad blocked, gentlemen. Oh, that meme might be a bit too ancient. I do enjoy ancient memes from the earlier times upon which I encountered this particular JumpNet node. Maybe I'll withdraw myself with that many smokable consumables within my orifice. Oh, thank you for coming by, Shinhylas. Okay, let's see here. Gent amigos? Right, I wanted to plug both Meet's Twitter and the like. Goodness, I cannot speak anymore. Subject. There we go. So there is her fantastic channel and her Twitter. And now I will also shill myself ever so briefly. 1 second, please. Project avatar. I need to put this on a timer. But yes, there we go. There is where any viewer or any streamer could submit what they would like to have made of their mech. And this will be a long-term project, and I will probably be adjusting parameters. But feel free to join. You are more than welcome to come back. And especially for viewers, I want to give back to you guys a little bit. And I know there's a bit of a limitation in terms of the number of slots available. And, you know, random luck may decide who gets in if there are more than 8. But please, just... This is for you guys. This is my tribute to the way you help streamers out with all of your time, because this is something you put a lot of time into yourself and yourself into. So even if you're lurking, even if you're talking, just you are more than welcome. Thank you guys. All right. And if you would like more of this kind of content, feel free to follow me along. I would definitely appreciate it. But I certainly hope to deliver as much as I can. Times may change, and I may end up having to make more deliveries that take me out of the range of the JumpNet. So my transmissions may grow fewer, but I will say that I still feel my energy for all of this. Page doesn't exist when you click the link. Oh, I'm sorry. I may have met... there's a period. There's a period there. Goodness me. I goofed up there. So if... I need to adjust this. But there is a period after the 4 on the viewer link, so just delete that one, and it should work okay. I will actually post the link right now, since it's going to be my last bit of shilling. Here it is. There we go. That link should work. Apologies. Thank you for letting me know about that. I will correct it within Streamlabs. Okay, well, let's raid Bat at Video Games. I will give you guys a raid message. Remember to be polite. Remember to follow the Spacer's code. Here is the raid message. Oh, she's about to end. Oh no! Somebody tell Bat that well, does anyone have any other recommendations? Oh, okay. Let's do this. You know what? End of stream raids are fine. Raid Bat at Video Games. Oh, good. Oh, is Zet on? Oh, goodness me. Okay, let's redirect ourselves there. Okay, well, I will need to make sure I follow Bat, because my IFF list is a little bit limited. Unfortunate. Okay, let's see here. Guardian. Here we go. There we are. Oh, good. Zet is just starting. Fantastic. Live now. Okay, we'll raid Guardian Zet. There we go. And also, hello, Congo. Thank you for the notification. This is much appreciated. All right, here we go, everyone. Here comes the raid. All right, and we are engaged. The raid message is as I linked above, but let me just dump in another one here. Yes, I definitely would like to support someone I have not had an opportunity to raid before. I do not think I've raided Zet. All right, well, this has been a rather long one, but I enjoyed it greatly. I hope that that everyone has a good time at the next stream, or they're going to bed. Do whatever you. Oh, he's 10 hours? Oh my goodness! Oh, well, seems to be a marathon night for everyone. Well, I'm sure Guardian Zet will appreciate the support. Just remember, everyone, go to bed if you need to. Well, keep your propellant tanks topped off, make sure your calculations are correct, and always fly safe, wingmates. Let's begin this raid, and thank you very much for joining me. Keep your arms and legs inside the ride, and here we go.